Do a little test.
Test. Good morning. Test. We're good. All right. Good morning, everybody. We are here with our CBA Baker doubles. We're here at Mermaid Lanes in beautiful Mounds View, Minnesota. I am Tom Corbett, along with tournament director Jason Hansen. We are in our 7th match of our match play. They're just finishing it actually right now. Top 12 teams came back after bowling 16 games of Baker qualifying yesterday. And you just saw Erik Vermilyea. And I think John was a little bit upset that he didn't strike on that first one.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
So we're going to tell you I'm going to go through the scores of who's leading right now. I mentioned we had 36 teams. Top 12 came back. There were 16 games of Baker yesterday. The top 12 teams come back today and they bowl 2-game matches where we have 15 bonus pins for each game you win and 20 extra bonus pins for the match. So there's 50 bonus pins on top of your scores. Leading after 6 matches, the duo of Brandon Brown and Ryan Kyllonen at plus 528, which is
that's a lot.
It's a lot because they are almost 200 pins ahead of Scott Anderson and Joey Robillard at plus 347. Steve Bohn, Tom Jones, 234. Dave Langer, Brady Stearns at plus 190. Oh, something's wrong here. It's not sorted correct, I believe.
Do we have it missorted?
We have a missort, so we're going to change this, but the leaders are still the leaders. But I'm going to tell you what happened yesterday. I mentioned 36 teams, bowling 16 games of Baker. We had 2 different patterns. We had a long pattern, which is after the break. We bowled 8 games of Baker before a break. We used the 2021 SYC, which is the Storm Youth Championship Kansas Long pattern. That was 47 feet. The shorter pattern, which really wasn't a short pattern, it was a medium pattern. It was the 2019 Storm Youth Championships Tennessee medium pattern. They both played tougher than we expected. We were trying to soften up the shot a little bit so people would have a little bit higher scores. They weren't that easy, I can tell you firsthand. But the duo of Ryan Burr and Erik Vermilyea led qualifying at plus 309, which they averaged 219 as a team. Then we had Andy Mills, Nick Heilman at plus 193. We're second along with Dave Langer and Brady Stearns. They're also plus 193. Ben Lemieux, Matt Payne, fourth at plus 119. Doug Manhart, Eric Schott, qualified fifth at plus 104. Steve Bohn, Tom Jones, plus 92. Jordan Kiger, and I don't know what his partner's first name is yesterday, but anyway, they're plus 80. Sam Kuhn. John Holmes, John Cryer are defending champs, are plus 48. Scott Arnson, Brian Thielen, minus 8, were 9th. Scott Anderson and Joey Robillard were 10th at minus 24, along with Brandon Brown and Ryan Kyllonen. They're also minus 24. And Erik O'Branson and Nick Parr made the top 12 at minus 44. Now, just discussing, Jason, how we thought this would play a lot easier than the scores turned out to be.
Yeah, I certainly didn't expect. When you look at when you look at it on paper, it doesn't seem like it would be what it turned out to be. But yeah, they were tricky.
They very well were tricky.
I was looking at the big jump. Erik Gulbranson and Nick Parr. They were kind of nervous there at the end if they'd get there or not, and they only had a 215 their last game, so they were kind of sweating it out. But I don't think they noticed that big drop all the way down to 100 for them.
Right,
for 13.
13th place was minus 100, and then the duo of Bach and Nelson were minus 102, and they snagged the senior casher.
Yeah, bonus senior casher. Just still weird to
for the second
have those two.
Yeah, for the second year in a row.
Yeah. To have them in the category of senior is
that's just not fair.
Still fun.
Because their age together only added up to like 103.
Yeah.
Where Sam Lanto and myself, our age added up to 128. So there's a difference.
Just a little.
I know some senior tournaments, I believe 55 is the age. Maybe we need to change it for certain bowlers.
I noticed that the National Senior Tournament also changed to be 50 to 59.
Oh,
So it's no longer 50 to 54 and then 55 to 59.
it's.
It's 50 to 59.
What about the 60? Is it 60 to 69 now?
I believe it's, 60 to 69.
So now I got to, just when I'm getting into that older one, I got to go back and bowl against the young 60
the young
year-olds?
60s, yeah. Yeah.
I guess that makes sense because they were sending a lot of people to the national senior tournament, every 5 age brackets. Maybe it's too much money to,
Well,
I don't know.
I can tell you that there's
You were
not
there.
a lot. There's not a lot of money
No,
to be made out there at that tournament.
you were in Green Bay for that finals.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Ashwaubenon Bowl.
Okay.
Yep. Nice center, nice place. But the tournament. I think we talked about it before. Minnesota does, I think, a pretty good job of policing the handicap.
Oh, yes.
Scenario internally, and I can't speak for the rest of the nation.
I've always talked about running a scratch tournament like we do here in the CBA, which is the only thing I've ever done is run scratch tournaments for
Yeah.
CBA, Minnesota Masters, stuff like that. I would not want to be a tournament director for and have a handicap tournament, have to check all those averages.
Yeah, not that many. We run the Kegel, and to this point, it's manageable. We haven't had a year where there's been, 500-600 teams or anything
Right,
that have shown
right.
up. Where we've had to do a whole lot of average verification. It's been fairly simple to this point, but we sure hope the tournament grows. And so if it does, I guess maybe I'll hire somebody that gets to be that size to do the average verifications.
And this is Minnesota. We kind of know everybody. So if somebody all of a sudden comes up with a 160 average and you've seen them bowl or whatever it is, you kind of know, and then you do some checking on
Yep.
them.
Yep.
Bowlers will police that themselves a lot too and tell someone, hey, I've seen this guy bowl.
Yep. Yeah, I will say at that event, probably the worst case of average guarding that I've
Average guarding.
ever seen.
That's a good way of putting it.
There was a gentleman bowling that had a total of like 5 leagues that he bowled in, and 4 of them he averaged over 210. He was bowling with 90-some games in as a 170 average bowler in this event. And I think the worst was the one league he had 20 games in.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Because that's the cutoff.
yeah, 21, it counts, it matters. So he pulled a hamstring or something, obviously, because everybody knows that an even set of bowling is 3 games. So he didn't finish
Didn't finish.
on a night to
and
keep that average off the books. That's
And 21 games is the threshold for having average in an average book, correct?
Yep. To have it count to where
Yeah.
it's usable, and it obviously would have brought him into a different division
It would have.
in that tournament. And
So that was your experience at the national
it was
senior.
interesting. The doubles team that shot 18-28 to win the 3 games of doubles on the
Okay.
sweeper the night
That's
before.
let me figure that out. Oh, that's over 300 a game.
It is.
Wow.
It is for every game. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an experience. But I thank the state, the Minnesota USBC for
Right.
doing a good job.
And
in-
I will still
in
bowl it
making
again this
sure-
year.
Yeah, for making sure that our entries and everything are the way they should be.
Well, we went. Jason and I went up to Brainerd last year to bowl. We bowled as a doubles. We ended up, I think, 2nd or 3rd in our
Yeah.
division there, and then Jason won the singles. That's why he got to go win the singles in his age bracket. That's why he
Yeah.
went to Green Bay. The year before, or it might have been 2 years before that, I'm not sure when we bowled, where each one of us won our age bracket.
Yeah.
But we didn't go. I think that was the COVID year, and it was in Vegas, and I didn't go. But I did get a shirt.
Correct.
So
Yes.
that was kind of. So I do like what Minnesota's doing on these senior tournaments because, frankly, I still bowl these CBAs, but these guys are a lot younger, harder for me to compete with them. So if I want to keep on bowling, we need to have senior tournaments like that for guys who are
For sure.
older. Unless you want to watch John Holmes right there, and him being 62 years old, still throws it like a young guy.
Yeah, it's even hard to look at him and think that he's 62.
Exactly.
He doesn't look it either.
Speaking of John Holmes, his dad, Rich, is just walking in the door right now. I see him there.
There he is.
And John Holmes, when he won the doubles title last year with John Cryer right here at Mermaid, he became the oldest bowler to ever win his first CBA title.
Yep.
At 61 years and about 7 months, something like that, whatever. Talked about that in our factoid last night at our banquet. Morning, Rich. I think I told this story before. So Rich Holmes is here, and his son John is bowling down there. But Rich's dad, Augie, was my first ever bowling coach in 1967. That's how long I've been bowling. So the Holmes, the big bowling family.
Yeah, both Richie, well, not both, all three, Richie, John, and Chris. All pro shop guys at some point in their careers.
I forgot about Chris. He just said them both CBAs.
Yep. I'm going to take care of a little housekeeping and update our ticker at the bottom, so I'll be back in a minute.
I'm going to go over these scores again here because we had to resort them. But either way, Brandon Brown and Ryan Kyllonen are leading after 6 matches. They're bowling right now in the 8th match. And we'll get those scores here shortly. But after 6 matches, Brandon Brown, Ryan Kyllonen at plus 528 leading. Scott Anderson, Joey Robillard at plus 347 are second. Ben Lemieux, Matt Payne at plus 254. Steve Bohn, Tom Jones plus 234. And 5th is Ryan Burr and Erik Vermilyea at plus 215. And they just shot a big set, I know, to win that last match against the Holmes Cryer duo. So I don't know where they're going to be sitting after that, but they could have moved up from 5th. At Doug Manhart, Erik shot 6th at plus 196, and Dave Langer and Brady Stearns 7th at plus 190. That's after 6 matches. I would say right now, I just know the duo of Langer and Stearns, and I fully expect them to get into the stepladder somehow. Not know what spot, but they will be in the stepladder where they're having a chance to win. The match you're watching in front of us right now, Erik Schott and Doug Manhart against John Holmes, John Cryer. The left lane that is the 2021 Storm Youth Championship Kansas Long pattern. 47 feet with the volume of 24.64 mils. The right lane is the 2019 Storm Youth Championship Tennessee Medium. Not a short, it's shorter pattern, it's not short. It just, the distance is 39 feet, so it's 8 feet shorter with 26.9 mils. So it played longer. When we bowled on it yesterday, it played longer than I thought it would, than everybody thought it would. So I think that's why the scores got a little bit tougher. Where it took 44 under to make the cut. 16 games of Baker yesterday, as I mentioned. The first 8 games were all on the short pattern, both lanes, and took a break for lunches so they could re-oil, and the second 8 games were on the longer pattern. Which is kind of funny because they ended up playing about the same part of the lane, whether it was medium or long. Just the difference in volume was the difference. Mermaid Lanes here, 32 lanes. We're not using 31 and 32. We're using from lanes 7 through 30, but we're using every other pair for every other game. So there's room in between. Thankfully that Mermaid allowed us to do this and use the whole house, so we don't have to be all crammed into one end of it, and this way the lanes don't get burned up as fast, and it's spread out. We should be going a little bit faster. It's a lot of bowling in this Baker doubles tournament because I know 16 games of Baker is not that much because you're only bowling half of them, but it still takes, you're here for 8 hours. And then when you're here on Sunday and you get both 2-game matches, that's a lot of more bowling. There's more bowling on match play than there is in qualifying. But we don't want to make it easy to win. Another solid 10 by John Holmes. The last 2 shots on that right lane for him. Some new faces here that made the cut for the first time. I know Jordan Keeger and Sam Kuhn. This is their first cut that they've made. Let me see who else is here. Ryan Kyllonen and Brandon Brown. That's the first cut that they've made as a doubles duo. But then you have right in front of us John Holmes and John Cryer, like I said, defending champions. Obviously they made it last year. Doug Manhart, Erik Schott have made the cut before. Dave Langer, Brady Stearns, of course, have made the cut before. Erik Vermilyea and Ryan Burr, this is their first time bowling together in this doubles tournament. I know they're teammates, but they led qualifying. And of course the duo of Andy Mills and Nick Heilman, who have made the cut every year they bowl together, and they won 4 consecutive, and their streak was stopped last year right here at Mermaid. They didn't win. Who else is down there? Ben Lemieux, Matt Payne have made the cut before. And can't see who else is down that far. Erik Branson and Nick Parr hadn't bowled before. They came and bowled. Nick Parr, he's a little resident of Eden Prairie, and he's on the moto staff as a rep. He came back to bowl, so it was good to see him. Joey Robillard and Scott Anderson have bowled before quite a few times. I believe this is the first time they made the cut. I'm not sure on that, though. Both good bowlers. As far as righty-lefty combos, John Holmes, John Cryer, righty-lefty. Doug Manhart, Erik Schott, righty-lefty. Erik Branson and Nick Parr. Erik's the lefty there. And Scott Anderson, Joey Robillard. Scott would be the lefty there. Jordan Keeger, the lefty, and Sam Kuhn, the righty. So about half the field is a righty-lefty combo, Jason. That didn't dawn on me until I just happened to start looking right now.
Yeah, that is a interesting dynamic.
Yes, that little trivia.
Makes a lot of sense, though.
Some factoids
in a lot of
there.
ways. Yeah, yep, definitely.
Speaking of factoids, I did a whole bunch of factoids yesterday. We discussed at our banquet last night, and Jason's going to have them up on the CBA Facebook page. And I also have there's a recap sheet I did. It's about 80 pages on a recap, which is a lot of history of the CBA on there. So there's going to be a link to a Dropbox that he's going to put on the Facebook page, and you can, if you want to look at it or download it, you can get that. If you have any issue with it, send him an email or send me an email, and we'll get you the full PDF copy of it.
That is a cool piece of CBA history to read through. All the 300 games, all the title winners, and, where it was, what tournament, what year, and all the records. It's always cool to read through all the records that we have. 5-game qualifying block records, 4-game block records, 10-game block records,
You know what's funny about those records? When I was looking at them, I haven't changed that records for about 10 years.
Yeah.
Because that's back when we used to use typical, just regular patterns.
Right.
We call them house patterns. But the house patterns were based on that particular place you went, and then however you bowled, that was their house. It wasn't house patterns now, or it's kind of like all similar, just like a little bit different here and there. But when we started changing to using some sort of challenge patterns or sport patterns, scores now are not nearly as high. So those records will not be broken.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see those ever be broken unless there's some type of mistake that happens on some kind of an event, and we have a house pattern that sneaks in or something, and somebody has a hot day. But Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see a lot of the scoring records be broken. Title records, Chad, you know.
Up with 40 titles.
Somebody might run him down, maybe. Who knows? Brady.
Brady would be the one.
Yeah. If he continues with his pace, you know, we talked about it at the banquet last night, and it is part of the booklet. But Brady had a record-setting money-earning year.
Right.
Last year. I can't remember the exact dollar amount, but it was almost $7,500.
$7,489 to be exact.
Just 11 shy of $7,500, which that's a very, very good, well, record-setting CBA season.
And he broke the record. Okay, I'm not sure if the record was before that, but at one point Clark had the record, but like $5,500, and that was about 20 years ago, which was unbelievably amount of money 20 years ago when it wasn't as much money to be won.
Right.
But I do believe I would have to think Chad Nelson might have won over that at one point. I'm not sure.
We finally had a good game. We still lost.
Yeah, and Brady also was a Triple Crown winner. So again, that's also in the book for those of you that want to download it. The next time I step into the tournament director room there, I'll see if I can get the Dropbox link just put on right away here, and then you guys can even look through it while you're listening. But he was one of, I don't know how many Triple Crowns there are. I know Chad has done it before and Bach has done it before.
I believe just those two. Now Brady became the third.
The third, yeah.
The Triple Crown, by the way, is a Bowler of the Year, Top Money winner, and High Average Award. And what that is the top money is based on John Dorick Award for the most money. The High Average Award is the Jim Lindquist Award for the high average, and then of course Bowler of the Year.
Thanks for having us.
We don't have a name associated with Bowler of the Year as far as one of the older bowlers that we always had. We had Lindquist, High Average, John Dorick, Most Money, and Bob Hansen Sportsmanship Award. Those are the three bowlers who were very prominent at the beginning of the CBA in 1971, so we named awards after them. We talked about this organization and all the history. The CBA started in June of 1971. Jim Wynn won the first ever CBA tournament. That was down at Duttler's Bowl in Mankato. And all the records are in there, every tournament, who won. I don't have all the second place finishes, I don't have all the runners up or whatever on that, but all the champions, every tournament's in the book, alphabetically or by date, how many titles each person has, factoids in there, Hall of Famers, all kinds of stuff. I enjoy doing all that stuff and having all that history, reminiscing about it when I look at all of it, so it's kind of cool. I mentioned the factoid of John Holmes becoming the oldest bowler to ever win his first CBA title, but the oldest bowler to win a CBA title is Clark Polzer. He was about 62 or 63 years old when he won, and that was, I don't know, 10 years ago now. And the youngest bowler to ever win a CBA title is Zach Andreessen when he won a year ago in September out at Southway. Had like 17 years and 10 months. The youngest bowler to ever win a CBA title. So now after John Holmes and Cryer won that first game 218 to I think it was 190 some against Erik Schott and Doug Manhout. Now they flip-flop lanes, and Erik now is going to be on the right lane, which is a short pattern, and John's going to be on the left lane, which is a long pattern. And I was surprised on that shot by Erik that he was inside a fourth arrow on the short pattern. But I shouldn't say short, shorter. It's a medium pattern. We don't want to call it short because it's actually medium, which was 39 feet. Short pattern would be about 34 feet. with the way everything's spread out, I mentioned we're using every other pair. We're only seeing basically one match at a time. Next match, though, we'll have people on 27 and 28 and also 23 and 24. So you'll be able to maybe see a little bit there. But right now we're on 25, 26, and over on 29 and 30, the match going on. Steve, they see that ball going down the lane. That's Steve Bohn on 29. Him and Tom Jones just started out with the front 5. And they're bowling against Ryan Kyllonen and Brandon Brown. They're on lane 30 right now. And over on 21 and 22, 21 and 22 is Hilly and Millie against Brian Thielen and Scott Arnson. So you saw that ball just picking up that 2-pin. That was Brian Thielen doing that. Sam?
Jason Hinkemeyer is watching. Don't you have a kegel to be running?
Can't you watch it in the background?
Isn't there a... You know, he's... I don't know if he's got the tech savvy. He probably does. I'm sure he could cast it to one of the TVs there. So he could watch
while he works.
Riveting action here while he works. Yeah.
So I was always amused by every once in a while I'll see who's watching it. It's a bowler down there bowling and watching. Can he just see in front of him?
Well, I do like when the bowlers share it. Obviously, then more people
see it.
People get to see it. While I was away there, I did get the link posted, so anybody that does want to take a look at the recap, the review of last season, that Dropbox link is posted on the CBA's Facebook page, so you can read through and see a lot of the info that we were discussing just a bit ago.
And if you have any issues not being able to download that, just let us know and I could email you. I actually would have had to do, I couldn't email it in all 80 pages. It was too big, so I had to cut it in half. So I got a part 1 and part 2. So if you can't download that, I can email you 2 separate files and you can look at it that way. I know Tom Havlish has it up on the mnbowling.com site also.
Nice.
And I did send it to Joette Wholesale to the Metro Bowler, and I know she'll talk about it in the next paper, but I don't know. Do they still have their website, the Metro Bowler? I haven't looked.
So.
I think they do. I should know that. Being involved in bowling, I should certainly know, but
so this is match 8 right here. I know that we'll gather scores after this match, after they move and get settled into the next match, and that's when we'll make another post to Facebook too. So the standings after 8 will be coming here probably within about 10 minutes or so.
I think there's going to be some changes.
You can certainly see, looking around, you can see that the scores, the pace has gone up a little bit here. I think they've gone through the early transition and settled a little bit, and people are kind of dialing it in. I think a lot of what you're seeing now for fluctuation is just going one pair to the next. You see a little difference, just pair to pair. And see Manhart leave a week 7. Saw Erik, the frame right before that, almost leave the dead 7-10. So they still can be a little touchy.
They still are, because so you go from one lane to next, and I'm pretty sure everybody's using 2 different bowling balls. I don't know if anybody's using the same ball in both lanes. I'm not sure about that. I haven't paid attention, but you probably shouldn't be using the same ball in both lanes based on the oil patterns. A guy like John Holmes, on the short pattern, he's playing out, more up and at him, and then of course I just saw that one. He's trying to play in a little bit more, but I think he pulled that one for a split, because I think the last time he was light. Then of course he chops a 6 off the 10 on a double, so that just loses 2 more pins. But then of course the duo of Schott and Manhart are struggling a little bit on the score, so this is a tough match. This pair might be a little bit tougher than the lanes 27 and 28, where the last scores over there were 260, 250.
Yeah. Well, and just to the right of that, we see, and he just can't get that 7 to go.
He leaves the home 7 right in front of John Holmes.
Right in front of him. He made a good shot there, a good adjustment from that, almost 7-10 that he left. Just can't get the 7 to kick out.
You started to touch on off to the right, and I was talking about that a little bit earlier, how we can't see who's bowling, but you can see the ball going down the lane. I mentioned that was Steve Bohn, Tom Jones at the front 5. They end up with the front 7, shot 255 over the duo of Brown and Kyllonen. So they got a big lead after the first game of that match. Or wait a minute, they're done now. That was their second game.
That was second game, yeah.
Okay. So there'll be some changes, I know, going into when you get the scores after 8 matches.
Well, that was a pretty solid shot by John.
I'm going to start watching a little closer, because I'm not sure how much different he's playing the lanes, but I'd have to assume he's using a different bowling ball just because of the amount of oil.
I'm glad he circled back to that. So when you were talking about not using the same ball, both lanes, because of the 2 patterns that are out here, we haven't mentioned it for a while. We use 2 patterns for this tournament. During the qualifying, we put 1 pattern out before lunch. That was the shorter of the 2, 39-foot pattern. And then after lunch, we had to re-oil during the break and then put the longer pattern out. Well, today it's every other lane. And so as they bowl each match, bowl 1 game on the 1 lane and then go on the other. And when I was starting them this morning, bright and early at about 7:45, I overheard Lumpy talking about, Dave Langer, talking about it's almost 7-10 again.
He goes 10 pin, 7 pin, 10 pin, and all 3 of those could have been strikes.
Yeah, yep, they sure could have been.
And this is where, not to interrupt you, I'm just watching it, this is where some people get really frustrated and go, I can't carry. But there is always a reason why you leave that. And I don't know, sometimes I can't figure out what it is, but there's a reason. So I see people bowling in league and play all the time and just complain because they can't carry. Well, there's a reason. Yeah, always is. You got to figure out why.
And I've seen Erik's game a lot, definitely enough to know that he's made some adjustments there.
Correct.
On those 3 shots too. So that's extra frustrating, of course. Anyways, Lumpy, he had said something to the effect of, at some point early on in the match play day, not qualifying by any means, because it's different types of day, but when they're side by side, he goes, at some point fairly early on, they start to play very similar.
Really?
So I haven't bowled this tournament for a long time. So
me neither.
I haven't been in the match play.
And Lumpy's a veteran.
Yeah,
he's always in match
he's
play.
Pretty much every single year. But yeah, he made the comment about how with those two patterns out, it's not that far into it, and eventually he sees them actually not being that different.
Okay. And he's a guy who can do anything to the ball hand position wise, different roll to make something work. And he could probably use the same ball both lanes and on the spares too.
And I think that's probably a lot of what he meant by that.
Oh, and then Andy Mills is giving back rubs to Jason. Right. Okay, thanks, Andy.
But because he can do so much with the ball, with his hand, I can see that being, contributing to why he could play them
very similar.
The same parts. Maybe it's just a tweak of roll or a tweak of speed for him.
Very possible.
Maybe not everybody else would be able to see it that way. Yeah.
I remember years ago, there's a guy named Dave Hoppenrath just walking into the bowling center. CBA Hall of Famer Dave Hoppenrath coming down to watch the CBA doubles. Past
Very
CBA
impressive.
doubles champion, I believe.
It's true.
I had a lot of factoids, and you were in some of them, Dave. The biggest factoid was, and I brought it up, Dave. Speaking of Dave Hobb, he just got inducted into the Minnesota State Hall of Fame last fall.
Congratulations.
He's also in the CBA Hall of Fame and the Minneapolis Hall of Fame, so he's a Hall of Famer guy. But
back when I won the doubles with Leif Carlson.
At Dracula's, right?
Yes, I had more hair then than Leif Carlson, and now I don't.
There was a factoid in there that we always had our major tournaments, which was we always counted the doubles, the year end, the Eau Claire tournament. Then we had Lynn's Tournament of Champions. I'm missing one, but there was five tournaments that Dave Hopper is the only one who's won those 5 major tournaments, and nobody else will ever do that because we don't have. Oh, yeah, it was the Lynn's Tournament of Champions, and we changed it to Lynn's Invitational. Right. You won the Lynn's Tournament of Champions. We're never going to have that again, so nobody's going to tie that record. So we're reminiscing back here. John Holmes just stopped in the booth too, interrupting our commentating, but that's okay. Just to say hi. So what were we talking about before you walked in, Dave?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that.
Well, we just finished match 8, so we'll be getting scores soon. The crack staff here, which is Jason Hanson's wife, Stacy, who really keeps everything up and up, when we want to see stuff. So it's a little quiet here right now.
Looks like we got a pretty good variety of scores. I see a few 250s and a few 150s.
Yes, so we have 2 patterns. I don't know if you paid attention to that. We were just talking about it.
Yeah,
There's
I actually had seen that.
A longer pattern on the left lane and a shorter pattern, which really we were calling it short. It's actually a medium pattern, so it's really not a short pattern because it's 39 feet, not 34, which would equate to a short pattern. So we were just discussing how David Langer, affectionately called Lumpy, as we call him, when they're side by side, because they start to play similar. And now I've never really bowled on a match play on 2 patterns, so I couldn't say that. But he's a veteran of them; he's always done that, and he figures them out. We were talking a little bit earlier about people using different bowling balls on each lane. He might be using the same ball on both, but we don't know that.
One of the few people could do that.
Yeah, and he is one of the few people that will throw his same strike ball for spares because he can do that really well too.
Yeah.
That's the long pattern. You just saw Elko Branson bowl on.
You see Erik Galbranson not quite get there on the long pattern.
It's funny too. So I'm not sure which he got done bowling his last match. What lane did he come off of? Was he on the right lane or left lane? So what was his last shot, on the shorter pattern or the longer one? So sometimes, and the pattern could be, the pair could be different too. Yeah, William
Lemieux with a
Matafee
little
says, "Hey,
shaker eight."
Apple." I just saw that. Yeah. Six one.
Ouch.
All you're trying to do is get 3.
If you tried to do that, you'd have a hard time doing it.
Exactly.
And we got Minnesota native Nick Parr stepping up after him. So these two, I believe, were at the same time at Wichita State, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe they were.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably why they're bowling together.
Yep.
And
Well,
they
I
have
know-
motive shirts.
Yeah.
Wonder how they got those.
Nick is a brand rep for Motive. Erik is on staff.
And Nick lofted it pretty good out there.
Oh, yeah, that's a tough break to take.
Okay, 27. That was the lane yesterday where it bounced. Sam and I were bowling. We noticed that. And if Sam bounced it right, he struck.
Payne fortunate to just have at least a makeable attempt here, or a little makeable split that could have definitely been a washout. there
Oh, the
for
$1
him.
million
Oh,
9
no.
pin that he just missed. You know where the $1 million 9 pin came about,
I
Hoppo?
was just going to ask you that.
Oh, this is a Brad Subak.
Ah, that sounds about
What
right.
pin would you shoot at for $1 million if you didn't know anything on the lane? Now, this is also going back to probably house shots, but so we didn't want to shoot a 5, don't want to shoot a 7 or a 10. We come up as a right-hander. The 9 pin was the $1 million.
How did you miss it?
Well, ask Nick Parr.
Well, this pair is looking a lot harder than it did the last match that was on it. When we flipped over here, 266 to 259 was on the screen. There you go, Erik. Good
That
shot.
was a pretty good adjustment after having that washout in that second frame.
We had the pleasure of Erik bowling the USBC with us this year.
That's right.
Our
You
normal,
bowled your locker guy team.
yeah, our normal sub Francois was unable to make it, so
So
Erik stepped in.
Francois Lavoie,
Yeah.
a.k.a. Frankie.
Yep,
U.S. Open titleist, 2-time.
2-time.
300 on TV guy, 2-time, I think.
Pretty fun to talk to him.
Yes.
See the ball Ben just threw looks a heck of a lot like a Teal Rhino Pro, which I see they just
It doesn't
brought
look a lot
back.
different
really?
than the last
Yes,
one he
they
threw.
just brought it back, so you can get them again now. That was one of my favorite balls back in the day.
So is that what he's using then?
I believe it is.
Okay.
It's at least the right color.
Yes. The Teal Rhino Pro.
Yes.
Wow. That's a
Only
lot.
but good 30 years old.
Wow. But they brought it back just
Yeah, but they
name
just brought
only.
it back. Yeah, probably.
It's obviously a little bit different. There's a lot to be said now. Different bowling balls. It's not just surface. Core and weight
Yep,
blocks
yep.
and whatever. I don't even know.
A
what-
lot of changes in the last
Yeah.
30 years.
That came off of Erik's hand so nice and
There's
soft.
been a lot of changes in the last 3 years.
Well, okay, there you go. Why
Last
is it
30
that
days.
Why is it that bowling balls only seem to last a couple of years and they got to get a new one? Do they come out with a new one?
How else could we keep selling them?
There you go. Yeah. Except for the Phase 2, and there's a few like that that are still good 10 years ago, whenever that one came out. But it's almost like if you don't have a new ball, you don't have any.
You know, it's not as easy being a pro shop guy as being a locker guy.
Oh, I can't tell you how many lockers are different, but nobody knows that. They all think they're the same.
Hey, we just went to the Ridgedale YMCA.
Oh.
We used to go to New Hope, but we went to Ridgedale.
Did you
for
see the
first
locker
time.
guy
And there it
lockers?
was, locker guy lockers.
All right, that's good to know. I've done, as a locker guy, we've replaced lockers at that club twice. Years ago when we tore out some users, I think this is back like in the early
Good shot,
90s,
Ben.
replaced them with metal ones. The problem with the metal lockers is the bottoms would rust all the time. And then,
Oh, that's sweat.
oh, that's wet. But then we started changing to a stainless steel bottom in the locker for that to help out. Well, then the YMCA thought they would want to compete with Lifetime and LA Fitness and needed wood lockers. So those out there on wood, they're P-lam, which is just plastic laminate over a wood core, but it looks a lot better. So when
They
you
look
pay,
really nice.
when you pay your membership, you look at getting a good top-notch locker.
Exactly.
So they can charge more because they got a good locker.
Fortunately, we're on Silver Sneakers, and we
Oh,
get it for free.
yeah, exactly. Well,
It's great to be old.
it is good to be old. So, Hoppo, did you ride your bicycle down here?
I did not, but I'm going to go out this afternoon.
It's going to be 60 degrees and it's sunny out there.
Oh, look at that. Oh, Joey almost
Picked up the big four.
Hey, how are you, sir? Good to see you.
I'm reminiscing back here in the booth with Clark Polster and Dave Hoppenrath, a couple of older fellers.
And I'm just looking down at the banners, and I see Clark, and I go, Clark, but
No.
that's not Polster.
That's Jamie
That's
Clark.
Jamie Clark.
Clark would have a red one out there that says Hall of
Yes,
Fame on
exactly,
it.
Exactly. Where are you? Where are you?
It's come to the point now we have a lot more red Hall of Fame banners than we
Yeah.
have other banners, but
Oh, I see Burr Janker.
I see you.
good shot by Nick Parr there in the ninth frame.
Hathaway.
I gotta say, I must be going wrong.
Dave Hoppenrath's on 23. He's one who's got all those small letters.
Yeah, all those little
I
letters.
saw it.
It's an eye chart.
But I don't see mine.
Yeah, I'm looking for Clark's. I see Corbett and Lanto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know John is way down there on the end.
I don't know. Maybe Clark just got lost. They ran out of room. They just put
Oh, boy.
they just put these up last night.
Boy, yeah, look at that, look at that.
And then they forget
How
me.
can they have Al Loeth out there and not have Clark Poles?
Right.
I mean, that's
Well, I
not.
can tell where I race.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to check into that.
that's right.
I'm pretty sure it's just they ran out of room because you see how they're pretty evenly spaced along the mask units out there. So I bet you they ran out and they didn't have the right order. They should have left off like a Clark to put up a Clark.
Yeah, that Clark can stand for both Jamie Clark and
See?
Clark Poles.
There you go. So
So we are in match number what?
this is match number 9.
Okay.
We'll have the results here shortly. I believe they got the scores. And like I said, our crack staff, which is Stacy Hansen, gets the scores out usually pretty fast, and we'll read those. And then they'll put them on the bottom line, the ESPN bottom line. But this is not ESPN, but still the bottom line.
This is a very nice setup here you got.
This is an awesome setup.
Yeah, it's
Jason,
very nice.
what Jason has is 6 cameras. So we have 3 pair, and he's got one at the score and one at the lanes on each one, so you can obviously see the score ahead of it. The issue we have right now is we're using every other pair, so that's why there's only one team on camera. But the step ladder will be down on these, so we'll be able to watch all of them. But 6 cameras, computer, 2 big microphones. We're looking at a 27 or 32-inch screen back here, monitor. Yeah, this is a really good
sharp,
setup.
Really sharp.
Facebook Live, what a great thing. So the Lacrosse Open is in a month that Nick Heilman runs at Playmore Lanes, and Jason and I are going to go down there and do the live stream commentating for that tournament. So that's going to be fun. That's the
Lacrosse
day
is a good town. I like it.
the day before the CBA, which is at Concord. That's
Looks like a margarita to me.
I think we're out on. Now we got back. Our internet came back in. That is a Diet Mountain Dew.
Okay.
Dave Hoppenrath.
All right.
It's not a
Yeah,
margarita
I
that
can
you
tell.
would
No-
have.
No salt rim on it.
And a wrong kind of a glass. It's just in a plastic cup.
So I did not check yesterday. What kind of score did it take to make the
I will
finals here
I will
today?
tell you. I got the results right here. The leaders were 309 over, which means they averaged
Wow.
219, and that was Erik Vermilyea and Ryan Burr.
Okay.
Both young guys who strapped it a little bit, and they could play in and get the ball to carry. And it took minus 44 for the top 12. I'll let you look through all this.
Yes.
But
I will
don't
take a look
lose
at
that.
Yeah.
Sam Lanto had to leave early the last 2 games. Sam had to leave, so if anybody's looking at the scores, so as a doubles, I couldn't bowl the whole game by myself, so I had to bowl the even frames. So Sam would get 0 in the first, I would spare the second. Whether I spared or not, I get 9 or 10. It really didn't matter. It only counted if I would have doubled in the 10th. The max score I could have gotten was 70 each game. Well, the first game I got 59, the second game I got 54. So we were not last. That was my goal.
Yeah, look at that. You were not last.
That was my goal.
There you go.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer for the qualifying than we expected, and Sam had to take off and have some blood work done, so hopefully that turns out well. We'll find out here early in the week how he's doing. Thanks, Stacy. We got the results after 8 matches. And I had mentioned there was going to be some changes, and there are a little bit of changes, but actually at the top, Brandon Brown and Ryan Kyllonen are still leading, but they struggled the last 2. They actually got swept in the last match, so instead of being 200 pins ahead, their lead is now down to about 120. They are at plus 556. Steve Bohn, Tom Jones, plus 427. They just beat that duo of Brown and Kyllonen with, I know they had 250 their second game, so they went 478 and won all 50 bonus pins, so that helped. Erik Vermilyea, Ryan Burr at plus 422 are third. Scott Anderson, Joey Robillard plus 353 fourth, and Ben Lemieux and Matt Payne fifth at plus 214, but they struggled at this first match, so they might have dropped down a little bit. And behind them by only about 12 points, David Langer and Brady Stearns at plus 192, Doug Manhart, Erik Schott plus 185, Keeger and Kuhn at plus 176, Hilly and Millie plus 159. I'm not sure they're going to get up to the ladder or not to try to win their 5th doubles title. John Holmes, John Cryer plus 55, Erik O'Branson, Nick Parr plus 49, and then Scott Arnson, Brian Thielen. The senior team that is, they're one of the senior teams. The other one is Bohn and Jones, the other senior team to make the cut. Gets to be a long day, a lot of bowling. Even though you're only throwing every other shot in his Baker, you kind of feel like you throw every one because you're there right with your partner, trying just as hard, and you're hoping he gets one. You put the same amount of effort, it seems like, in it. Well, not as much effort as Matt Payne does right there with that on the long pattern, playing in that deep with some ball, get some surface on it. I don't know enough about these bowling balls anymore. I don't even know half the names of them at all.
So I've been a little out of the loop the last couple of years, but I see Keeger and Kuhn. I'm guessing Keeger might be related to Tom or Mike Keeger that I bowled in Minnehaha back in the
very possible. It's Jordan Keeger is his name, and I'm actually not sure how he's related, but
I'll have to find that out someday.
Well, he's down there bowling a little bit. Those are the results right there, Clark.
Perhaps Clark knows.
What?
Mr. Keeger bowling here, is he related to Tom or Mike?
Not that I know of, but I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know that. Very good shot by Ben Lemieux right there, making a 4-bagger for those guys with a spare up. So they're trying to make sure they win this match, win this game, and have a chance to win the total pins, get that extra, because they are in. What did I mention? They were in. Oh, you got the sheet. I was looking at an older one, whatever. So yeah, they had a bad first game. Oh, and then Nick Parr, that could be an open right there. So the big chance right now for Matt Payne to get that 5-bagger up there. I think Matt knew that right off his hand. You can just tell.
Look.
You can just tell. He was trying to get that ball to finish. He knew that it went a little bit too far down the lane before it stood up. And here I thought Nick was going to have an open, and he picks up that 3, 6, 7, 10. Which really isn't that tough of a spare shot, but it just looks like it is.
It looks like it.
Matt will pick up this 10 pin, no problem. He'll throw it about 20 miles an hour. I think he uses pretty sure he uses a spare ball. Yep. I don't know if he was sure of that or not. But,
So I know in past years, Hall of Famer John East has bowled this tournament with his daughter Lisa. Did they bowl this year?
No.
I wasn't sure if with John's health issues, if that would be a possibility.
I think I don't know if John bowling this many games in a long of a day he would like to do that. So still would bowl with John in our tournament team as the Lakers, and he is still one of the top bowlers. And He just can repeat shots, and he just understands the game. Jason and I were talking just a little bit ago about how David Langer can use maybe the same ball in both of these patterns because he can do different things with his hand, wrist, whatever hand position. John East was one of the first guys ever who would do different things with the hand position to make the ball get different reactions, and repeat that over and over again.
It's amazing to watch him on their Sports Shot League on Monday night. He can still bowl really well on some tough shots.
Oh, and he takes so much time on the approach.
Yeah, at least 5 milliseconds.
Exactly, yeah. Yep, he puts his hand in the ball as he's walking up onto the approach, and Todd Savoy is another one that he kind of stands off the approach. He takes 6 steps, and it just goes. But our whole team is kind of like that. See, now Matt Payne knew that one right off his hand, so he had to get out whatever he came behind it better, probably not around the side as much as he did on that 10-pin. That's the longer pattern, like I mentioned, so you got to roll a little bit different than the right lane, which is the shorter, which is not short, it's medium. We discussed it yesterday. It was a short pattern. It should be able to play out further, but it wasn't a short pattern. So kept telling me it was a medium pattern. It wasn't short. So you actually had to play. If you use the rule of 31, you want to get the break point about 8 or 9. And but we actually were in deeper than that.
Well, it's not actually a rule. It's a guideline.
It's a guide. Well, rule of thumb.
Rule of thumb. There you go.
Yeah. Didn't I say that?
I think you did.
I did.
I think you did.
And a rule of thumb is a guideline.
It is.
And okay, little trivia, man. Why is it? What's the rule of thumb? Where did that come from? Any idea?
That is a really good
Okay,
question.
I have no idea either.
I have no idea.
Maybe Jason knows that.
And you have always wondered, why do you park on a driveway and drive on a parkway?
Oh, yeah.
I've never figured it out.
One of the best guys.
So here's one thing I remember. Back during a World Team Challenge telecast that Earl Anthony was doing color commentary on, he thought John East was rattled because he says, John East is not taking any time at all to set himself on the approach. And I thought, Earl Anthony has just never seen John East
Exactly,
bowl.
right. I remember that. We were bowling, I'm not sure if that was in Dublin, California when we went there. I believe it was. And we ended up second out there in that World Team Challenge after we were second here in a St. Paul one. And Jeff Lind helped us with some money to go out there. It was
awesome. He was a great sponsor.
Yep, that was fun. And yes, that's when he mentioned that. Oh, that was a very solid shot by Matt Payne. So they 235 for them, and Erik can strike out for 235. So that 6-count split pick.
Missed it.
Do you ever miss it on the top? You only miss it on the bottom.
Well, if you miss it on the top, the ball goes backwards.
Oh, see?
It's a long drop.
I've seen Sam do that.
Well, equate that to golf. Our good buddy Scott Sodergren sometimes said, he goes, oh, I came over the top on that one. He goes, well, do you ever come under the bottom? So, where do those sayings come from?
Well, Sody's got $1 million.
That he does. Okay, is he going to pick this up to have a chance to win this game?
Oh.
So I'm wondering what the point differential was in the first 2 games. Or the first game, I don't know.
Yep.
So looking over on 23-24, Anderson and Joey Robillard against Hilly and Millie, and I'm looking at the scores, 98 in the 7th with a washout.
Hold on.
That Joey just left. I'm not sure if he's going to pick that up. He doesn't. So they got 107 in the 8th. And Hilly and Millie got 133 in the 8th with a strikeout. So that's still, anybody could maybe win that game.
Keeger is a third cousin of Tom.
Jordan Keeger is a third cousin of Tom Keeger.
Okay, very
Tom
nice.
and Mike Keeger, because they were
Third
brothers.
cousin.
Well, you'd figure a Keeger from St. Paul, they got to be related. It'd be like a Corbett from Minneapolis. You'd think they'd be related.
You'd think.
Corbett's are there in Minneapolis?
Well, there's a lot.
I bet there are.
But some are like second and third cousins, not
Okay.
necessarily first cousins, but there's a lot of Corbett's. So I'm looking up there. Did that 7-pin that Matt missed, did that have anything to do with the match play, or the match points?
I'm not sure. I was doing the admin stuff. I didn't see what the total was going into that game.
Well, there was 26 pins right there, and I'm not sure. Matt looked a little. He didn't really. I don't know if he looked frustrated when he missed that 7-pin or not, but we'll find that out. I could just go down and ask him or go look at the sheet. But.
7 and 8. I don't know why they're higher scoring. They re-oiled them, right? Not the same pattern out, but it won't be used for anything because the cameras are up here.
I think we're out. We lost video. We're back in video again.
Yeah, the internet is in and out here. I don't know if people catch everything we say while it's buffering, but unfortunately, inside here, their internet is really good when it's on.
Yeah.
It just pops in and out, but my phone is not good in here, so we have the best we have, that's for sure.
Well, we've been to places where Jason's had to use his hotspot.
Yeah.
To broadcast this.
Yeah, where the phone has been definitely better than the internet at the center.
Then you've had to plug it in because that takes a whole lot more battery. So
Drains it quick.
there's a lot of extension cords around here that I know Jason's grandfather used to tell him how to wrap up these cords, and you better make sure he does them correctly. They don't just go shoved together in
That's
a bin.
right.
My dad taught me years ago how to roll up a 50-foot extension cord around the shoulder and the elbow and get it all nice and neat.
Yeah.
Then the 100-footers were different. You had to like double them up, and there's a way of doing that.
Did I hear correctly that Clark caught me and found out that I've been hiding his banner?
Yeah, I know. How'd that happen?
I have no idea. I'm not hiding it either. But
No.
it's not up there, huh?
We were just looking at it. Yeah, it's not up there because these are all evenly spaced, 2 per masking unit. So 32 lanes. We need 36 lanes to get everybody's up there. And Clark's happened to be in the bin, probably back there somewhere. I'm assuming they did not put it up on purpose. Well, maybe they did, but no, they didn't. I'm just
I've
kidding.
got another possible relative question.
Okay.
Kyllonen, back in the old Budweiser
Yeah.
draft league, I bowled
Yeah,
with Jeff
That's
Kyllonen.
Ryan is Jeff's son.
That's his son.
And Jeff is here
Okay.
watching his son Ryan bowl.
Yep.
Did not even
So
notice
Ryan
that.
is a tall, skinny person, and we have a rule. He didn't read this right, but there's no shorts allowed on Saturday.
Yeah.
And he didn't know that. So he came in wearing
Uh-oh.
shorts.
Uh-oh.
No, but I told him, don't worry, those are Lumpy's long pants, so it was okay. So it was just fine. They were long for somebody.
Oh yeah. Very nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we had a conversation.
he won't do it again.
Yeah, he misread
Well,
the way I worded
But does he have
Correct.
good legs?
everything, but
Hoppo, I did not look at that. So,
That's good. That's
Yeah.
good on you.
yeah. So,
we're gonna have some action moving in here.
So we're going to be able to see probably 2 matches going on here, just because, like I said, we're using every other pair. So we'll be able to watch a couple of matches.
Here and Sam Kuhn team, and then the other one will be Arnson Thielen against Langer Stearns. So a couple of the teams that are up there towards the top moving in here.
You shut off the mic. I got to make a phone call. I had to answer a phone call I missed from one of my daughters.
Well, I'll do my best to take over solo while he's gone. So you can see the ticker across the bottom running, but yeah, we'll have Burr Vermilyea coming in. They're in 3rd after 8. I'm not sure exactly what happened after the last 2-game match, but as of the last standings, we have these guys are in 3rd, and then Langer and Stearns were in 6th, so they'll be on the other pair that we'll be covering. See Keeger leaving the lefty version of the 24810, the 3679. on the long pattern. And Ryan Burr on the short, not quite getting there. Always tough to come into the new pair. Have no idea exactly what you're going to see on that first shot. All right, well, a couple of opens to get this match underway. Let's see what Sam can do here. Yeah, also not quite getting there. All right, Erik stepping up for the first shot of the match for him. Pretty good shot right there. That looked like one of the new hustles, the M&M hustle. Yeah, let's see what adjustment Ryan makes here after kind of missing the head pin in the first. Pretty good shot there. Oh, good adjustment. Solid 7. Well, we'll see if Vermilyea can make it 3 here. Take a pretty good lead here early on if he can. Oh, pretty good carry there. Now these guys got into third by going a stretch. Well, they got blanked match 2. They only had 371 for a two-game total. Didn't win a single point, so they got blanked. They followed that up going 450, getting 35 bonus, but then they won. They swept completely. Only won 1 game, the next one, and then they swept the next 2 matches after that. So that's 150 bonus that they got in 3 matches. So that definitely helped boost them up. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't get me out there.
Have to try harder next time.
I don't think my even today 200 every game would have won enough.
I don't think so.
Yesterday it would have.
Yeah, yes it would have.
So they're definitely playing easier today.
They seem to be, yeah.
But you know those things always happen.
They do.
You're going to be in tomorrow, so I'll talk to you about spots for the tournament.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. The team of Keeger and Kuhn making a little run here and catching up. 10-pin has slowed down Burr and Vermilyea just a little bit there. Erik got him back on the striking pace, but this has definitely turned into a match. Four in a row. Pretty good. No. A little wider. He got a little in. We'll jump over to the other match here for a little bit. As we can see, team of Langer Stearns going at potential 270 max. Over on the corner, you could see Sam Kuhn and his shot on 25 there, leaving the 7-pin. So their streak ended at 4 in a row. And we tuned in just in time to see Brady throw one of his least favorite balls, the exotic gem, and you can see why.
So the exotic gem, how much different is that than the original gem?
Quite a bit. You got the shiny surface instead of dull.
Okay.
Same core, but yeah, you know, it's going to be a lot cleaner. But to be honest, it doesn't have very much down lane motion. As you can see, I bet Brady wished it had a little more on that shot.
Well, I had a gem. I didn't really care for it.
Yeah. I think it seems to be a ball that really favors those that don't have a lot of hand and or those that do. And a lot of the people in the middle, it doesn't seem to match up that well for.
And maybe I didn't drill it correctly either. I remember talking to Matt McNeil about it. He told me I should have drilled it this way and then taken it down to a different surface. And redoing something, whatever. And then
in that type of reaction or strength of reaction, I think there's better pieces to be had. Personal opinion. I mean, it's every manufacturer and every ball fits somebody's game.
Oh, they're all good,
right? I mean,
they're all
so
good.
it's that is my personal opinion of it and the way it fit my game.
How about the virtual energy blackout?
I'm a pretty big fan.
I just got one.
What's that?
I just got one.
Yeah. I like that ball a lot. The clone and the blackout to me are a couple of recent releases that I think we've done really good with.
Okay.
They're good.
For about a year and then some else.
Gotta have some good
Hopple, thanks for stopping in the booth. And we'll see you again and
Take care.
we'll be in touch.
The TNT Infused is about to come out a couple weeks. Had a chance to drill out and throw that, and I've been very impressed with that so far. And that is a follow-up to one that wasn't exactly the most impressive for me, anyways, the original TNT. So I think the Infused is one that fits the masses a little better too, where the TNT fit that low extreme or high extreme kind of rev rate guys better.
Well, I brought up the Phase 2 a little earlier. I had one before that I really liked, but I never bought them when they first came out. I don't know why. I know I missed the boat on it. I should have had a couple of them. Well, now I got another one. I changed to 14. That's become my favorite ball.
Yeah.
It's just all around. I think it just rolls good for me.
That's one that rolls good for pretty much just about everybody.
Well, you still see the pros using them, so you know if they're still using them on TV, it's still pretty good.
Yep.
What's another ball that's stood the test of time?
IQ Tour.
Oh, good point. IQ Tour.
Still out there, still in the catalog. I don't know age. It's got to be 8-ish years, I would bet, somewhere in there. And then the High Road is still there, and we're well beyond 10 years with that being in the catalog. So,
what about other manufacturers?
I guess there's not one that comes to mind that has been a constant that stayed. There's been variations of like Ebonite Game Breakers.
Oh yeah, the Game Breaker. That was,
they recreate, use that core, put a different cover on, and every generation or so they come out with another one of them. So there are a few of those, but I can't think of another ball that's
I'm trying to think of
that long in the lineup.
And I don't know enough about them. We talked a little bit earlier about them. There's way too many of them that I don't know enough. I see somebody using the ball with that. I don't know. Does it work? Does it strike? Yeah, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
We should get one. Well, if I did that, I'd have about 100.
Yeah.
You can't just buy them all. So if people ask me nowadays, like, bowlers I bowl with in the handicap league or whatever, and even my family, what ball should I get? And I go, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just go, where do you bowl? Go to your local pro shop and say, where do you bowl if you're just bowling league? and where you bowl kind of how you want it to react, and then they'll find a ball that kind of fits you that way and drill it accordingly.
Yeah, Dan Ranke commented, and yeah, the Black Widow line with hammer for sure. Also been around forever. Not the Black Widow. I guess that is really the point there is, I mean, this is the phase 2. It isn't the phase 3, the phase 4. I mean,
right, the phase 2. Correct.
So you're right, the Black Widow line, of course, iconic, that gas mask weight block, you know, it's been around in different variations as well forever.
I have the Black Widow 2.0. When
Yeah.
I changed, I tried a couple different ones, and so far I think I like that one. Yesterday I had a little trouble with anything just because I wasn't bowling the best, and they weren't conducive for me for high scoring. So
Sure.
I don't know how well it is right now, but I like that one. And speaking of Dan Ranke, I bowled him and Nathan McVennis yesterday, and we had a lot of fun. They bowled well. I got to thank them again for kind of putting up with when Sam had to leave earlier yesterday, and they took it very nicely and helped me change the score every time, and they didn't get upset. So thanks again for being nice guys bowling with you yesterday. I know I'm not sure it helped or hurt you, but thanks again for doing that for us.
Well, I think you'll find most of the guys from that tournament team are pretty nice guys. Those Southway Bowl North Stars guys.
Yeah, those guys. Right, yes. Kind of the Locker guys, too.
Yep.
And the Laker guys.
Yep. The Class Act team.
Yes, there you go. We've been around for a long time.
Well, we're flipping sides here, flipping patterns, so the Langer Stearns move over on the right lane and the Arnson Thielen back on the left lane.
Ooh, solid 9 for Dave Langer. Did you
Yeah.
see what Langer Stearns had the first game?
I didn't. 185 is the Arnson
was the other
Thielen,
team, so
yeah.
I'm assuming they had 220-ish.
I'll be sneaky.
Oh, he's going to go take a look at it. Oh, you see that strike on lane 26 by Sam Kuhn. That was pretty phenomenal there. Good strike. Ryan Burr on the left lane. Oh, David Langer missing the $1 million 9-pin, and I bet you that's going through his mind right now. He knows that was the $1 million because we talk about it all the time. That's a very rare miss on a single pin by Dave Langer.
222.
222, 185. 37 pin.
37, yep.
And he just gave away 10 on a missed $1 million 9-pin.
Very uncharacteristic.
And I'm just saying that he knows. As soon as he missed it, I'm sure he said, damn, $1 million 9-pin. We talk about that all the time. Oh, and then Erik Vermilyea, after he just threw like a good one in the frame before, leaves the 8-10 on lane 25. Coming back wondering why that didn't strike. There's always a reason why balls don't strike. I don't know what they are all the time, but there's always something. Did a ball not slow down at the right time? Did it slow down too soon? Did you get in the board, out of board? What did you do? And that was frustration on that. He just left at 8-10, and then he shot at it kind of hard and missed the 10 pin, so he just threw away 2 pins. And that's kind of uncalled for in this quality of bowlers, when I'm not sure what the difference was in the games, but you don't want to just give away pins. Sam hooking by that 248. Not the easiest spare. It's almost easier if the 5-pin's standing with it. So it gives them 202 in the 9th. Max that Vermilyea can do here is 203. So I don't know what the difference was on the first game there. He carries that 8-10 that time.
27 pins. That's what the difference is.
Ooh, a double here by Jordan Keeger would force Erik to get this strike.
10 pin forward.
Okay. He didn't seem to get too excited. He just went up there, threw the ball, struck, and walked back like I've done this before.
Yep.
Which we've talked about. The people who get all excited before they've won the match, they throw that next one differently.
Yep. The adrenaline gets going a little bit.
That was a very good
Another
shot,
good shot.
by Erik. But now, so he's standing up there, and I brought this up. I don't know if you saw that shot where he left an 8-10, which was just in the 8th frame. And he came back with a befuddled look on his face, like, why'd I leave that? He needed that one to win.
And he knows it.
Yes.
You can see it, yeah.
But anyway, he came back with a
True
befuddled
quality
look
shot.
on his face. Erik did, of why he left that 8-10. And there's always a reason. Ball doesn't slow down soon enough, slows down too much. You got it in, got out, whatever. But so they're going to lose this match by 5 pins. But I did mention when Erik left that 8-10, he didn't pick up the 10 pin, so he threw away 2 pins and count right there,
Sure.
which was a mistake for a guy at that caliber. Almost cost him. If Jordan carries that 7 pin,
It would have been.
It would
yeah.
have.
Yep.
yeah, big changeover on that.
Catch the end of this, but yeah. A run here by Arnson and Thielen.
Kind of a half 10 pin.
The uncharacteristic single pin miss, and then now looks like Brady struggling a little bit with Terry with 2
Now the
nine counts
match
in
is
a
about
row for
even.
him, and yeah. Yeah, it was 37 going into this.
Oh, not 27. So that would have made it very close. He didn't double on that one. So the little 4 pin, 4-7, kind of a fast 8 there. The other senior duo, which is Thielen and Arnson, along with Jones and
Bohn and Jones.
Bohn Jones.
Yep. End up in the doubles with a lot of interesting combination of names from time to time. You know?
I'm not going to say it, but Pat
No.
Humphrey used to bring a lot
Yes.
of things up like that, whatever.
Yes, he did.
And it was funny. He'd be bowling the doubles and doing whatever. Then he'd write something, come up and tell me. Aren't you supposed to be down there focusing on bowling? But that was his way of focusing
Yeah.
by thinking about odd stuff.
I was going to say, in typing them, we've come across a lot of people that are bowling with relatives, so they have the same last name. So we've always kind of just, used the squared.
Squared.
So, the Vashaws would bowl. We had Vashaw squared.
Langer squared.
So I finally figured out how to get squared to come up on the keyboard.
I was going to ask
yesterday.
you that because I
Yeah.
saw it on the sheet. How did you do that?
It is Alt. You hold the Alt key down and then 2-5-3, and when you let go, the squared symbol is there.
And how did you figure that out?
El Google.
Okay, all right. All 253
Yep,
gets
that'll
the
get you the
squared.
on a keyboard. I don't know about your phone, but on
Well, yeah.
a PC.
Well, your phone, I made a little bit different keyboard on the phone compared to a PC, I suppose. So get back, Langer struck, and then Scott Arnson left the dreaded 2-4-10. So that changed.
Yeah,
Back.
and Brady found it again.
Well,
So he
not
was able to
surprised.
make it a double.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
That kind of puts the match right back the other way as it was kind of going into this game, unfortunately for Arnson and Thielen.
But they put some pressure on him.
They did.
But even so, Langer Stearns duo probably going to have this game in match 1. They still need pins because more pins the better. Also, not you just don't get your 50 bonus pins and stay that way.
Well, and we collect the scores every 2 matches worth. So I don't know, where things shook out last match, but they were in 6th. So they were on the outside looking in.
Correct.
You bet. So they still need to get as many as they can, keep the hammer down.
Well, I got a feeling David Langer's going to strike right here. Oh, that's a pretty good feeling.
Yep. 3-bagger there to set his partner up for the 10th.
See how excited he got on that too?
Yeah, he slapped that one off, and you can see he's still running it out as he puts his ball away to move on to the next game.
What I did notice is he took the other ball off the rack So my guess is he used a different ball in the left lane compared to the right lane. I was going to pay attention to that, and I didn't see the whole last game there. He took that Trident, which I had one of those before, Odyssey, the Trident Odyssey that I know he likes, I know Clark liked, and I liked mine when I was throwing 15 pounds, but and why didn't I buy another one at 14? I don't know. I just didn't do it.
Didn't make the cut.
It did make the cut. I still need 2 or 3 more. And it's not just different bowling balls. I need ones with different layouts for CBA tournaments, even MSA tournaments. When you get different patterns, you got to have something different. You can't just use all drilled the same way.
For sure. Yeah, that's something. Actually, just had that conversation with a MSC bowler that gets his stuff done at the shop at Southway, and he said the comment was something along the lines of, not ever having and not ever wanting to have any pinned down equipment.
Oh.
And so I said, well, there's times, not so much in league, but in a tournament situation where you're going to want that different kind of a role, and just being able to always change a ball or something isn't going to give that to you, And so, it's something where you kind of need to have it in your bag, even if it's only a tool you pull out once in a while.
Once in a while. Speaking of that, I see Scott Pohl is watching,
yes.
And a
PSG.
couple of years ago, he actually laid out a couple of bowling balls for me and drilled them for me with some different layouts that really helped me get through some a game or two in a tournament where you don't have anything, where it just gets you through until the next pair.
Absolutely.
Or later, just to get you maybe to make the cut because the 8th game and you have to have something different. So you have to have an array of bowling balls, 9 of them probably, to go to a tournament. Some people take more.
Variety for sure. Yep, that's a huge part of it, without a doubt.
Well, so that was match 10. People are just about done. You're not going to hear a lot going on. So I think we're going to step away from the mic for a little bit. We'll get scores after this game match 10 is done, and we'll be back.
Yep.
All right, we just finished our 11th match, so we got to tabulate all these scores, and we go into our position round. I'm not sure what pairs we're going to be using for position round, but I got a feeling the top guys are going to be up here in the camera range. I'm not sure, because the step ladder is going to be for sure up here where the cameras are. But a couple, I think there's going to be a couple changes from after game. The last time we had it was after game 8. Or after, so I didn't even read the scores after game 10. I can kind of tell you what's going on here before this last one. So after match 10, Brandon Brown, Ryan Kyllonen still leading at plus 589, but behind them closer, Ryan Burr, Erik Vermilyea at plus 557. Then Steve Bohn, Tom Jones, 427. Anderson and Robillard, 360. And Lemieux and Payne, 330. 6, Manhart and Schott, 293. Keeger and Kuhn, 270. Langer and Stearns, plus 268. They still got a shot in there. So those Manhart, Schott, Keeger, Kuhn, and Langer, Stearns, either one of those, if they had a pretty good match 11 and scored high, won their bonus points, they have a chance to get up into that 5th, 6th spot, to have a chance maybe to get into the ladder by bowling good in the position round also. But Gulbranson and Parr, Holmes and Cryer, Hilly and Milne and Arnson and Thielen, unfortunately they're going to be the bottom 4 teams. And I know a lot of them got their bowling balls sitting out towards the door ready to load up into their car and take off. So it's kind of quiet in here right now. We'll be back in probably maybe 5 minutes, because we just got the last team just got their scores in. So as soon as they tabulate those, we'll be back on. All right, everybody, we're back. We're just going to get started here. Jason's going to be out there explaining to everybody on the lanes of where they are and what lanes they go to for position round, but I'm going to read them off for you right here. Leading going into position round are Burr and Vermilyea at plus 642. They will be bowling against Brandon Brown and Ryan Kyllonen, who are at plus 605. Third, Steve Bohn, Tom Jones at 424. Scott Anderson, Joey Robillard, fourth at plus 413. Dave Langer, Brady Stearns with that big jump the last two games actually in matches. They won 100 bonus pins and plus 440, 480. They jumped up into fifth at plus 401. Manhart and Schott at 343, so they are 58 pins behind. Lemieux and Payne at plus 316. They got to jump 2 spots, and I don't know if they can do that, but you never know. Keeger and Kuhn at plus 202, and they're pretty much out of it in 8th place, out of the ladder, I'm pretty sure, in there. And then we have Gulbranson, Parr, Hilly Millie, Holmes and Cryer, and Arnson Thielen. They're still going to bowl position around just to get it positions, whatever they're going to end up, and for cash. But what we're going to look at here is there's going to be 2 matches, the 5th and 6th match, which is Langer Stearns against Manhart Schott. So whoever wins that, Manhart Schott's got to beat them by 58 pins. So if they win a game and have a pretty high score, there's a possibility on that. Anderson and Robillard, who are 4th, if they bowl, I don't want to say if they bowl bad, but if they do bowl bad, they could possibly drop out. So they just need to win maybe one of the games and bowl well. So there's not going to be a lot of changing. The top could change depending on who wins that match between Vermilyea and Burr and the Brown-Kyllonen match as far as jockeying for 1st or 2nd place. Either way, they're solidified into the ladder, and they're also solidified in the 1st or 2nd. So there's a lot of stuff going on. These guys are going to get moving around on the lanes. They take some practice. And I'm not sure who we're going to have here in front of us, but we'll have the top bowlers here. They should get practice shots on each lane, even though they know what's going on. They've been sitting around for a while, and it does change. So some changes there, Jason.
Yes, there were.
1st and 2nd kind of flip-flopped in there, whatever. And then the Langer-Stearns duo that jumped up in those last 2 matches with some good scores and winning the 100 bonus pins on the way helped them tremendously.
Yes. I'm so used to saying the higher seed gets the choice of starting or finishing first.
Yeah.
And it's really, in this, it's the left lane needs to start the 10th frame
Correct.
first before the right lane does. So it's really just which lane
Correct.
you're
Exactly.
going for.
Yeah.
Not starting or finishing first
No.
necessarily. It's what lane do you want to kind of start on?
Do you want to, right?
And
do you want to
then
bowl
that
left or
left
right?
lane will always start the 10th frame first.
The reason we do that came up a long, long time ago when 2 teams are bowling and they're up in the 10th frame and they're wondering who's supposed to go. Because if it's a close match, and it's, well, I'm not going, you go. So we always had the team on the left has to start the match and has to finish the match first. So if you're in the 10th frame, guy on the left has to throw the 10th frame, then the guy on the right can bowl, or he can wait till the whole 10th frame is over by the left. But
Sure.
There has to be that way if the guys are concerned of who should start. A lot of times they don't care if the match is over, but we try to take that out of play and just make it, we have a rule.
I think a lot more in this particular event and how it's evolved, it's become a little more of, do we feel strong on the long? Do we feel strong on the short?
Correct.
You know, do I want to get the short out of the way right away and that kind of thing? Or, you know, I just think they view it in a little different way than they used to.
Yes, because when we had the same patterns,
Correct.
and I still remember the one at when Dave and Dan Langer won at one of the, I think, Island Extreme. They bowled in the right lane the first game, so that way in the left lane they could just bowl fast because you didn't have to wait for the team on the right. So it might have been in the 8th frame, the other team was only in the 4th, but they were striking. Once you get that striking shoe going, you want to keep going.
Yeah.
And so that's a little bit of, I don't want to say gamesmanship, but planning.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it is. I mean, there really isn't any defense in bowling that we play other than maybe sabotaging lanes or something like that with urethane or trying to be crazy or whatever.
Yeah. At this point,
you got to think it through then a little bit more, you know.
And some people like to know what they need to have in the 10th frame, and some want to just put up the biggest score and let the other team try to beat them.
Yeah.
Which we talk about in all the singles events too. Would you want to start or finish the match first? Same thought process. Or do you watch your opponents taking practice and seeing which one they're lost on this lane here, and you go, oh,
right. Let's put them right on it right away.
Yeah. Because you don't want to give somebody a positive feeling. Put them on their negative feeling lane or something. I don't know. Maybe we're thinking too much into it, is why we're back here. But either way, Langer Stearns has the choice over Manhart shot of which what they want to do first. So I would have to bet, if I were a betting man, I think Langer and Stearns are going to start on the right lane, have the other guy start on the left. Just a guess. Except watching Brady not miss on the right lane.
Still got that idle Helios in his hands too.
Anybody use that ball anymore besides him?
Him.
Okay.
Yeah. I think if you asked him, he would say he doesn't use it very often either. It's one of those condition-specific.
Right, and it's not even just the ball. It could be the layout on that particular ball too. So now most of these guys need to know how to correct scores on this, to erase all the scores and start over, or we're going to have the desk do it. I think David Langer is going to figure it out.
As a guy that's worked in about 45 bowling centers in his career, I bet he has seen every scoring. And I think he probably can get them erased.
He's actually doing it without even looking at this keypad. He's just looking up. You know what I learned yesterday? How to put 0-0 every other frame. So if you guys missed it, I bowled yesterday with Sam Lanto, and he had to leave early, so I had to bowl the last 2 games by myself. And you can't do that in a doubles. I couldn't bowl the whole game. So Sam bowled the first frame. I had to give him 0-0. I bowled the second frame, and the third. So Jeff Walther showed me how you do it. Add frame 0. Add frame 0. It took care of that.
Nice.
So I had 59 and 54. I had a max score of 70 each game, so I didn't lose that many.
So, in a surprise turn of events,
exactly,
Langer and Stearns start on the left lane.
Wow.
And start with a strike. So we'll be paying attention. I put the number 1 and number 2 teams all the way down on the other end of the center because something pretty drastic is going to have to happen to have those 2 change spots. I mean, they're hundreds ahead of Burr.
Yep, I mentioned that. They're just going to maybe flip-flop. That's the only thing they would, they're first or second, no matter what.
And so we've got, this is 5th and 6th and is tight. You've got 401 to 343, so I shouldn't say tight, but it's with the bonus structure, it certainly is attainable.
Correct.
And then we'll switch over here after we watch Brady and Doug both bowl.
He almost chunked it.
Yep. And we'll go to our other pairing, which will have the Bohn and Jones combo against Anderson Robillard, and that is your 3rd and 4th place matches.
And they're over on 29 and 30, so we'll be able to watch both of these matches, which these are the 2 matches that are going to determine the other 3 positions.
Yeah, I think that you'll, between these matches, I assume you will find out who's going to get him.
Pretty sure. Lemieux and Payne need to have a big score, win the 50 bonus pins, and hope for one of these teams, 2 of the teams, to falter to get up into the ladder.
Right. Yeah, I think these 2 matches here are just going to show us who the odd man out is going to be.
And Brady just showed me how you pick up the 4-5.
Yeah.
I mean the
5-6.
right-handed 5-6.
Yeah.
Now I knew a guy named Randy Bartz who picked it up all the time, but he was left-handed. And he used a strike ball and hooked at it. Now me, I would have thrown it straight with a spare ball, but that's why I'm back here.
Yeah.
And he's up there.
We're commentating, he's bowling.
So if you see that strike over, it's off to the left of our camera, but that was shot by David Langer. Now, just talking to him right after the last match, before we started this position round, how I'm impressed of his expertise on the ball speed, how he can soften up, throw it slow, still get the right amount of revs, and know what he needs to do, and repeat that over and over again. It amazes me.
The toolbox is full with that one.
And he is using 2 different bowling balls, by the way.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yes.
We see Tom Jones there going for a turkey. He gets it. So they jump out to a pretty quick lead, even though Anderson and Robillard are clean. Quick 3-bagger by the opponents, and they're in the hole quick.
Okay, you off to the left of the camera again. I happened to see the strike by Brady Stearns. It was a trip 2 pin. So he goes from almost ho-chunking, leaves a 4-5 to a light trip 2, and he's got both fills. Now, if that's me, I got open.
Bohn going for 4.
Solid strike by Steve Bohn, who, by the way, is bowling with Tom Jones today. And last year he bowled with Craig Schiffler, and they were second in the doubles. Steve Bohn looking for his first ever CBA title.
Another long-time journeyman, if you will.
Yes, exactly.
Bowls a lot of them. Pretty much everyone he can make.
Tom Jones, another journeyman, didn't bowl a lot when he was younger. Bowls a lot more now.
Yep.
Once he got over 50 or late 40s, he became a whole lot better. And he is definitely one to be reckoned with. I guess is the word.
It'll kick. Here we go.
Okay, we're back. We lost our stream for a little bit, but we're good right now.
Oh, fortunate break. Well, I was going to move it, but I'm not going to move the camera until they don't strike.
Let's leave it up there. 5 in a row.
Yeah.
Joey Robillard.
We do have on the other pair, we do have a 250 to 270 scoring pace or max score match going on. So it is a good one over there too, but we'll see if these guys can keep striking.
Well, Joey just tripped out a 4-7-10 to say it's not over yet, guys, even though you got the front 5. Okay, it's that gives you 230 on 230 pace for that front 5. So after Brady went with 4-5, tripped to 2, and then he left a 4-7.
This is exactly what Doug and Erik had to do.
They have to do that, yes.
They needed, to come up with about 100 pins and then get some bonus.
Well, they are 58 pins behind.
Yep.
So if they win this match, that's 15 bonus pins. So that cuts it down to 43, and then whatever they beat them by, score-wise, if they beat them by 20, now it's down to 23, so it's a match.
Yeah, yep, exactly.
But bowlers are a funny bunch because the math that goes through the bowlers' heads is pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
So just by, I think, bowling in general, you're adding pins, subtracting pins, especially the older ones who used to keep score by hand.
Right.
Know how to do this quickly. So a double by the Anderson Robillard duo.
Oh boy.
Just watching Erik. The last time he was on this
Yep.
lane, he left that 7, a 10, and a 7, or was it 10, 7, 10, whatever?
Yep.
Right, around the pocket the whole time.
Yeah, and that right there. I mean, now the match is back to even.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how it changes
Yep.
fast.
Now they're both at 250 max.
And on the same pin count. And Brady says, all right, I'm lined up now.
Yeah, and they've got a double now, so I mean,
Advantage.
The pressure goes
Back and forth,
Yeah,
back
I mean,
and forth.
they just were in a position of dominance to now they're not. You know.
Exactly. Oh, I was going to say, Erik should not have shot at that.
Yeah, he had some deadwood there.
Let me tell you how that would happen. It happened one time where there was a deadwood in the pit. This happened way back at Eau Claire, I think it was Brad Subak. He left the pin was sitting in the channel, left the 10 pin, and he goes, I shouldn't shoot at that, but I'm just going to hit the 10 pin on the left. Well, he didn't. He kind of hit the pin in the channel, hit the 10, but it didn't count because he hit that pin in the channel first. So that was like, that would have thrown
Could
me
have been
off.
costly.
I would have wanted to got that pin out of the way.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm back here watching. Focus, as he says down there. Erik, yeah, it is focus, but that's why I'm up here. So, while we're watching Doug Manor take 15 seconds on the approach, I'm going to tell you what's going on 29 and 30. The Anderson-Robillard duo just got a 4-bagger. Now they're within 10 pins of the Bohn and Jones. So just because they started out with that front 5, the game wasn't over. Oh, Doug,
man.
if you wouldn't have taken another second, you might have carried that 8-pin.
Well, we'll see if Lumpy can kind of tighten the screw. Just
How about this soft
another turn.
rolling strike right here? Look how
Oh,
soft
was
he is
that?
out of
Yeah,
his
he
hand.
rolled that. And trips the 4.
He did kind of set a little short, didn't he?
Wait,
A
was
solid
that a
strike by
joke?
Joey Robillard. What was that? I missed that.
I said, wait, was that a joke? He set that one a little short.
No, it wasn't a joke. But speaking of short, I don't know if you guys heard the story about Ryan Kyllonen wearing short pants yesterday, which we had the rule. You're not supposed to. He didn't know the rule. I said, don't worry, they were Lumpy's long pants, so that's okay. Old joke, but it never gets old. Oh, and then the duo of Steve Bohn and Jones. Like Bohn missed a single pin, and now Robillard and Anderson got the lead.
Yep.
That's why it's not over in the 5th frame, just because he got the front 5. But chances are both those teams are going to be in the ladder anyway. They're kind of jockeying for position. But
Yeah, something strange I think would really have to
Yes.
happen to.
well, we'd have to look and see what the duo of Lemieux and Payne are doing. And they're right over here on 21 and 22. So, let me see. No, the score's not high enough. They'd have to be at about a 240 pace, and they're not. To have it, even though they might win, but they still have to have a higher score, and I don't think they're going to do it. So it's going to come down to this Manhart shot, Langer Stearns duo to who's going to be in the ladder. They could even jump up to 4th or 3rd, but they're going to be in the ladder. Scott Anderson with an emphatic strike for 259 to 226 max. So that's a 33-pin lead. And they were down by 30 in the 5th frame. Wow.
Yeah. And the difference going into the whole thing was only 11.
Okay.
So I think, obviously, just right here in this game with that bonus, they flip-flop already.
They did.
Positions with Bohn and Jones. We'll see what the second game brings. And now even with the 7-pin left by Brady, as we wrap up this match here, even with that.
Well, spare strike gets them 237.
Yeah.
And
they've
236 is max. Oh, and he missed that 7-pin.
Wow.
He picks up a 4-5. Okay, I can't understand it.
Yep.
Well, now,
Well,
strike here, they're going to win this game. But they still have the 58 pins that they're behind. But this could be the 15.
we could have our chance for the first
tie.
Oh,
Delight 7.
and there's the chance.
How good is Doug Manhart on 7 pins?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's concerned about it.
Yeah.
He just goes, I haven't thrown my spare ball. Really? He says. So he's got to go find
I
it.
haven't thrown my spare ball this game, he says.
He's shaking up there. No, I talk about this all the time. These should be the easiest pins because you shoot on them the most. You just focus and you got it. He'll pick it up. I don't have I don't have a concern about him picking it up. It's just a matter if he's going to strike to win or tie.
That's right. Yep. Well, it would be a strike to tie or lose.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Doug's also pretty good using his spare ball as a strike ball. He shot 680, I believe was the number, at the USBC and team event 1 year with his plastic ball.
Okay. Well, that's because lefties can hook the ball more up here north of the equator than they do south of the equator. Do you know that?
I do know that Doug likes to turn the doorknob.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he gets around
He
the
does.
ball a lot. So
I mentioned Randy Bartz. He's an old-time bowler. He's a lefty, and he always said no matter how much oil, a lefty could hook the ball more than a righty because of the centrifugal force of how the water goes down the drain north of the equator compared to south of the equator. So I never believed this until I was down in South Africa about 5 years ago. I tested that theory, and the water does go down the drain the opposite way. Just a little fun fact.
I learned something today.
A little factoid trivia.
We also learned that Doug can strike to tie.
Yeah. So, okay.
So there we have it, the first 7.5, the first half
so
a point.
They're still 58 points behind.
Yes, yes, exactly. No ground made up.
So, now, whoever wins this game is going to win the total. So that means shot. I was telling everybody, you weren't going to be nervous at all. You were calm, cool, and collected. After you got it. I didn't see the final score over there with Bohn and Jones, but I'm thinking it was like 220-ish.
Thank you. I will. I'll run down there in a second, and I will find out. You were talking about how you should be good at the 7 pins for a lefty.
Right.
Should be good at the 10 pins for a righty. And I agree with that because I think it's what you shoot at the most, right?
Correct.
Here's my stats. So I have the Lane Talk app for
okay.
those that don't have it or know about it. You
I
should
need to get it.
download it, use it. Any center that uploads and wants to turn on Lane Talk, it's a free service to the customer. And it automatically tracks all your games, all of your stats, everything.
Do you have to download when you bowl? I'll interrupt you for a second here. So you download the app of Lane Talk. You just have to turn it on when you get to that bowling center.
You don't even have to turn it on. You can go back in the past and claim your games from the archive.
So you just have to go afterward to claim the games that are.
Yep.
Okay, I need to do that.
Yep, and it tracks all your stats. Anyways,
All right.
Here's the stat. I have left in. I can't remember exactly how many games this is. There it is, 748 games.
Over the course of
Couple years.
Couple years, yeah. Okay.
So in 748 games, I have left 1,057 10 pins. The next closest pin is the 7 pin. 334 of them.
Okay. Three times the amount of
than
another
any other
single
spare.
pin. And what's the spare percentage?
I am 93% on both.
On both, okay.
Yep.
Well, to me, I think a 7 pin's tougher than a 10 pin, but you don't leave more 10, so therefore I will miss more because I leave more of them.
Yep.
Even though I shouldn't miss them at all.
The 4 pin is the next at 193 of them.
Okay.
And then a 2-pin at 133.
I need to do that.
And then a 9-pin after that.
Oh, the $1 million 9.
$1 million 9. Anyways, yeah, Lane Talk's a fantastic
Okay,
app.
yes, I got to do that.
It's like $20 a year for the
Yeah,
version that allows you to store all of your stats forever.
Do most bowling centers in the Twin City area have it?
I do know most of them. Most
Okay.
do, I believe. I know that Flaherty's, because I know you bowl
Yes.
there. I also know Sunray, because
How
I
about
bowled there
Classic
a
Bowl?
bunch. I would assume all triple shifts probably
Makes sense.
should.
So I'm going to do
realistically.
that. So would I, if I started it right now, would I be able to go back and get scores, or only when I get the app starting from now?
Boy, that's a really good question.
So-
Don't know.
Does it have anything to do with having to be on league secretary?
What's that?
Does the league have to be on league secretary? Okay.
Nope. No, and it ties into your live scoring. So it was kind of nice, like when the state tournament was at Southway. If I wanted to see, if I was working in back as the mechanic and I wanted to see where the pace of play was to know like when I could start oiling one end of the house or the other, I could just dial in to any one of the lanes. So you can kind of sneak peek at any center that you want at any time.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, whoa! Some kids coming in, screaming in the background. Wow. But
Yeah, we are only about 25 steps from the door.
from the
so-
door, yeah, and right when people are shooting spares.
yeah.
But luckily, all those people got the spares when that happened. Unfortunate thing. I mean, it's going to happen. There's noise in here all the time, but
can't control that.
the only thing you can control is what you're doing right ahead.
Yep.
Speaking of controlling, so we talked about the Manhart and Shot duo within 24 pins. Going back to the Jones and Bohn duo. Now they're winning this game. They lost by 30 the first game, but they want to make sure they just get enough pins to stay in the ladder. So the
Correct.
big match here is for Langer and Stearns to stay within 23 pins
Yep.
of Shot and Manhart.
Yep. Exactly.
And it's a touchy lane for these guys. So Craig Schiffler is commenting about the lane talk. And most Brunswick centers don't have. Brunswick Center decided to charge a fee for bowlers to have it. It's not cheap, but he's looked into it. So we're going to have to. I kind of want
Wow.
to check into it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. But either way, I'm going to get it. I actually did look at it. I think I have it on my computer. I just haven't downloaded the app yet.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't know that, Schiff. Thanks for letting me know that.
Oh. That was.
Yeah,
That really hurt. Those guys can't afford an open here.
nope. That is exactly it. They needed to kind of stay clean and strike.
So we talked about what lane, which team should have started on, and Langer and Stearns had the choice. They might have thought that Shot and Manhart had trouble on the left lane, maybe. I don't know. We can just sit up here and guess all we want. We should just go ask them.
Yeah.
Afterward, we'll ask them.
Yeah, after. Oh, that was a big spare.
That was tougher than
Yep.
the 7-pin.
That was a very big spare right there.
Yeah, so let's look at that score. 65 in the fourth for Langer Stearns. And to get that killer shot out of the way, so that's 24 pins. They're right on.
They're right on pace. That spare was huge.
Oh, huge. The sixth
And
count
with,
was bad
and
enough
with
to get
Lumpy
him.
not striking in the fifth. Oh, and Brady not striking here. That keeps them on that pace. They don't lose ground on the pace.
No. So Erik needs 9 or strike to keep that pace. Strike is obviously huge, but don't lose any more pin count.
Oh, that was
post that one good or what?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. That was
Now
definitely
they-
a clutch.
25 pins. So the missed 7 pin by Brady in the 10th frame, it cost them the 7.5, or actually 15 bonus pins.
Right.
And not only that, like 11 other pins.
Right. Yes. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Now you can hear a pin drop almost. Oh, you can hear a ball drop.
Yeah, ball drop.
See ya, Mr. Rich Holmes.
Out here, Rich.
Thanks for stopping.
See ya. Take her easy.
Oh, no.
Oh,
He's 6, 8, 10.
Oh, yeah.
Almost high flush strike. Would have been a killer. And the Langer Stearns duo having a little bit of trouble on this medium pattern right lane for some odd reason. And it could be the lane itself. Even though they got the same patterns on every lane, or that same pattern, whether it's long or medium on every lane, they still play differently from lane to lane. See if Doug can pick up this split like he picked up the last one.
15.
But then he also not getting 2, that cost him some pins right there too. That's 2 more pins he lost. Now if Lumpy picks this up, they're back under the 24. Oh no. Oh, skinny jeans, as somebody would say on the PBA tour.
Yeah, that was
So that
costly.
opened.
Eric's going to need to strike here.
Yes, that opened. Now they're behind again. Like we mentioned, they don't have to. All they got to do, all the Langer Stearns got to do is stay within 24 pins.
Yep.
Well, he set it up.
Yep, he did.
Leave it up to the anchor bowler.
Yep, he did his part. The 7th and the 9th were really, really good shots.
How did they say that last night? Leave it up to the right footers.
Yes, yes.
Leave it up to the right footer to come up through in the 10th frame. This could be a huge strike by Brady, too, to give him some confidence for the 10th frame shot. And
there it is.
The winner that he...
Big shot here for Doug. Really
Huge
big
shot.
shot.
If he get this double right here, put some pressure on Brady to double in the 10th frame.
Yep.
But 2 strikes in the 10th is a winner, I believe. How good was that? But that was right after he left a 6, 7, or 6, 8, 10.
Right.
Which was not much different.
Yep.
Okay, so here's what we got. They could have 203. No, they could have 193.
And 211 max on the other side.
So if Doug gets this one, forces Brady to double. Yeah, jumping, as Tom Avish would say. Okay, that forces Doug Manhart to get this strike. And then if he gets this strike, Brady needs the second one.
Yep, the second
Got
one.
2 heavyweights going at here.
Yeah,
right
blow
footer and a
for
left
blow.
footer. No, everybody else is watching. I wonder why these guys are the last ones done. Oh,
Doug.
one person. How does that look? Nice and
Looks
solid.
pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Looks pretty good.
Brady striking right here.
Yep. He's got to have this one.
Pin count doesn't matter right now.
No, it's
just
got to
a
have the strike.
Because if he doesn't strike here, and Doug would need like 5 or 4,
Yep.
so he's going to get that no matter what.
Yep.
Well, he posted it. And
Brady's got to just pretty much keep it on the lane.
yes, right, exactly.
And he's good.
But we don't know. Do you have the sheets of what Bohn and Jones, what they're at? We weren't paying attention. We got wrapped up in this match. All this bowling, all day long. 12 2-game matches. 12 2-game matches. It comes down to the last shot, whatever. So, it's going to be 3 pins. Are going to be 2 or Well, it's going to be more than that now because, yeah, no, it's going to be 3 pins. That was unbelievable. All those games, it comes down to the last shot to see who's going to get in there or not.
See, we should only bowl 2 matches.
Should only bowl 2 matches.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
That would have been it.
That would have been it, yeah.
We did all this work.
Anderson Robillard beat him by almost 100.
So they're 519, 438.
Yep.
So then,
This was going into it.
well, it doesn't matter. Langer Stearns are going to be 5th.
Yeah, it's all about. They didn't go up by.
I don't know.
No.
They didn't go up
No,
by
they wouldn't
58
go
pins.
up.
They did
No.
not do that. So, no.
So
They're going to end up 6th, and
It's
Langer
gonna
Stearns
be-
will be 4th. Or
it'll be
be
the top
5th, I
five
mean.
the way they were.
Correct. They will
Just
be.
a little change of position.
In 3rd and 4th position.
Yep.
All right, we got it. Okay, well, now that that's all over with, we'll make sure that we're right. We're going to turn the mics off for a little bit, and then we'll get the top 5 will be coming into Stepladder. It's going to be somewhere up on these top 3 pair, so we'll be back shortly. All right, Jason down there running off the scores for the Stepladder. I'm going to tell you flip-flop with Bohn and Jones. They're at plus 438. They're 4th. And the match that you saw here, David Langer and Brady Stearns at plus 423.5 against Doug Manhart and Erik Schott at 421.5. And if you want to look back, that 6, 8, 10, Doug left in the 8th frame. That was just a high solid. Could have been a strike, could have been anything. And he only got 1 on that and cost him the 2 pins. Otherwise, that could have been a tie. And I'm not sure what we would have done on a tie going into that. We might have had to have a whole game roll off, I believe. We might have had to have Jason. We almost had a tie for 5th and 6th. If they would have tied, we would have had a whole nother 2-game match.
Yeah.
Total pins just to see that. So,
Yep.
So anyway, we're going to have Langer and Stearns against Bohn and Jones on 27 and 28 for the first Stepladder match. And I found out the calculating of why they bowled on the right lane, or why they had the choice of which lane they wanted to start or finish on.
Yep.
What would you, so, being that they were they had a choice the last one. They don't have a choice on this match, but they did the last one. Brady is more comfortable on the right lane, so he wanted to, being that he bowls the 10th frame, he's going to bowl on that right lane.
Makes sense.
My thought on that was, well, then why don't you bowl on the anchor lumpy? Because you're as good as there is too on the other lane. But he liked the left lane a lot better anyway. So either way, that's what they decided. And
Interesting.
yeah. Brandon Brown stand behind it. Way to go, buddy. He's just going to sit around and watch 4 matches or 3 matches here. They have a chance to win, him and Ryan Kyllonen, to win their first CBA doubles title.
Very cool.
And they'll be
One
bowling
match to go.
against probably could be somebody else who had a chance to win their first ever CBA title, because everybody in this field right now, nobody
Erik.
besides
Vermilyea.
No. I was going to no has won a CBA doubles title,
Oh, double, sorry.
except for Langer, because Stearns has not won one.
Oh, yeah.
Of all the titles that he has.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was talking to David Langer about that yesterday, asking him actually, why don't you bowl anchor once in a while? And he goes, I'm too old. Let the young kid do it. Okay.
Yeah, because realistically, in the top 5, it's only outside of Langer and Stearns. I think Vermilyea is
He's the only
one
other
with
title
any other
holder.
title even.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a singles title at Farmington, right? I believe
I
it was
think
at
that's where it
Farmington.
was. Yeah.
And you know the only reason he bowled that tournament? Because I think that might have been the COVID year and they didn't have the tournament up in Duluth. The, what do you call that one?
Yeah, the Airmans. No. The under.
Underthun.
Yeah.
Underthun Trucking or
That's what
whatever
it
it
was.
was. Or Underthun Body.
Yep.
Underthun Body Shop, whatever. So, yeah, he didn't go up there for some reason. He came down and he won the CBA. Eric's good enough to win. He just doesn't bowl all of them, but he's certainly good enough to win CBA. If he just bowled them all, he would have more than just one title.
Yeah, that's probably somebody that would already be a Hall of Fame,
Correct.
number of titles. I would
Correct.
expect if he bowled all of them.
A few years ago, he bowled with Matt McNeil, and they were second to Hilly and Millie at River City the one year.
Yep.
And then, I believe 2 years ago, Erik and Amanda Vermilyea bowled, and I
Yes.
think they were third. So Eric's been in the stepladder with different partners, and now
Yep.
he's here with Ryan Burr. So
Yep.
he's got an opportunity. He's got to win the first match, of course, then to get to the championship. But so, in saying that, we're just talking Erik shot. That was a fun match to watch and talk about. And now we got 2 hours of match play stepladder to go.
Yep.
Hope it's as exciting as the last one.
Yeah, 2-pin difference.
Well, the 2-pin difference is because Brady got 7 on his last ball, which really was enough for them to win. So
Yeah.
if he would have needed a strike, he didn't know what he needed exactly, but if he would have needed more, he might have got more.
Sure. Yeah.
Chad Nelson said, make your spares, kids. Make your spares in that too.
There is, yeah. There is something to that.
Well, I'm going to step away, and I'll be back in a second while they're doing their finishing match or shadow balls here.
All right, we'll see him get the scores erased here. It looks like, by the way they're standing, that Bohn and Jones being the higher seed, going to start on the right lane. And that is the case. So we'll get underway here. Stepladder, Langer Stearns versus Bohn and Jones. Lump starts off solid fashion, a really solid strike. And Tom Jones does the same. All square after a frame. Jones throwing the, that is that new virtual energy blackout. Making that look really good. And a summit for Brady here on the left lane. Really nice double. Bohn leaving the 4-7-8. Not exactly sure, unfortunately, what it is that he is throwing. Lump finishing with a little bit of a open hand. Nice soft touch on that one. Great roll. Starting out the right way with a 3-bagger. Good spare by Steve. So Lump and Brady are out to the races quick.
Well, that's the lane that David Langer is more comfortable on. And plus they had practice, just came off of practice too. So then when you start on that lane, now when you go back to the right lane, you haven't just practiced on that lane.
Right.
So it's different. You got to throw it different, and you have a different ball. So usually that first game should be a higher scoring.
Yep. Fortunate break there, getting the 10 out. That could have been an ugly 2-10.
Which is, well, the 2-10 is okay. The 2-8-10 is almost impossible to pick up.
Yep. It's amazing how much easier it even gets when you add the 4 to it, to pick up.
That is funny.
Just the 2-8-10.
I've picked up some 2-4-8-10s.
Yeah.
I've never picked up 2-8-10. Well, I might have once, but
Yep.
obviously the 2-8-10 is just luck if you pick it up.
Yeah, usually it's kind of hit it hard in the face and hope something goes sideways.
Correct. Yeah, correct. I was going to look and see what kind of factoids I have for doubles, whatever. Well, here's one factoid that somebody might win today. There are a few bowlers who have won a doubles title as their only title. I am one of those, along with Gary Green, Brian Burr. I don't know if you know Brian Burr.
Gary Green, really?
Gary Green, his only title is a doubles title. I'll tell you a story about Gary Green. We were down in Costa Rica, and I was talking about, this is factoids, how Todd Savoy had won a tournament at all 3 Duluth bowling centers. And he goes, no, I didn't do that, whatever. And I had to prove it. I looked it up, and Gary goes, Todd, you've forgotten more tournaments than I've won. So anyway, myself, Gary Green, Brian Burr, who bowled with Jim Dave, and Jim Dave is on here also. They won a doubles title. I can't believe that's Brian's only title. He bowled. He was a top bowler around here. He went on CBA tour, but he never won a singles title.
Huh.
Rory Anderson and Rick Hogan, the only guy. They won together back in 84, 85-ish.
Okay.
I think right before Sody and I won. Tom Donnelly won with Kenny Worm way back. He was the only title. Bob Klatt won with Scott Pohl.
Yeah.
That was Bob's only title. And by the way, he's getting inducted into the Twin City Bowling Hall of Fame next weekend.
Nice.
Adam Kittleson, who won with John Cryer.
With Cryer Jr.
Jeff Walther, and then, of course, John Holmes, who won last year with John Cryer. So we have a chance for somebody possibly to win their first doubles title. And another thing, Dan Langer has 5 CBA doubles titles, all with his brother David.
Yeah.
All came at 5 different bowling centers, which is odd.
Yeah.
And then Nick Heilman, who has 4 doubles titles, all with Andy Mills, but there was 2, I think there were 3 different bowling centers. They won 2 at River City, I believe, 1 at Island
They won
Extreme.
in Treasure Island, yeah.
And then, did they win here one year? I could look that up, because they have all these facts, whatever, but I'll try and go by memory. Either way, they got 4. And the only reason I didn't put Andy Mills in here, because he has an extra title. He's got a singles title.
He did get a singles title.
So he's got 5 CBA titles.
He beat 18 other people. We talked about it last night.
Last night at our banquet, yeah.
Well, the Langer Stearns group finally stopped striking after 5. And then now they decided to do it 2 frames in a row, but 10 pins should be pretty easy work for Langer. Bohn and Jones just have not looked very comfortable. They throw a good shot, it doesn't strike. And then they throw a couple of, not so good shots around it.
Hey, good seeing you, Nick. Good bowling. Yeah.
And it was easy work for Lump, so they got 260 on the board potential.
And this is just 2 game total pins. So there's no bonus pins that come to this now. So you want to just get as high as you can, obviously. Yep. But, you start with the front 5 and a couple of 9-count spares, and your other guys are striking. You're hoping to have a 60, 70 pin lead. Very well could happen.
And there is the 2-8-10 that we were just discussing.
Yes, exactly. Add the 4 or take away the 8, and you got an easier chance.
Yep. Yeah, he was fortunate to knock the 10 out last time up. Second frame, I guess, a couple times back.
That's a little short.
But this time, not so lucky, and adds the 8 to it. So, an extremely difficult split.
Was he trying to hit the?
So 250 now max for them.
And every time they don't strike, it goes down by 10 pin max.
Oh, fortunate break.
As a right-hander, we call that the avalanche.
Yes, the Havelanche.
Everybody knows Tom Havlish. He does that more often than anybody I know.
Good shot setting up the 10th for Brady.
No, Brady's not that comfortable on this lane. Okay, back up. He's more comfortable on the right lane.
There you go.
Not that he's not comfortable on the left, but.
So we've got 56 and 09 as our maxes here.
Well,
so if that comes to fruition, then 45 pin lead would be
and so all
Langer and Stearns' favor.
Bohn and Jones are just hoping that maybe they don't strike, so it's a little bit better chance of winning the second game.
Yep.
Or winning the match by having a better second game.
Yep.
Oh, well, that's not doubling right there. That was huge. Now it max is 236.
Yep.
And God forbid he misses this for 225. Woo! Almost the old solid
fortunate.
8.
Yeah, very fortunate.
Well, it's going to be closer than it looked like after 5 frames.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a spare here and a strike by Brady, and off the sheet by Steve, and it's 25 pins.
Oh, the same kid that was screaming earlier is down at Lane Bowling now. Must have left a 7-pin. Or something that.
Yeah, something like it.
To get 10 pins closer. Oh, the light one. So 209 to 236. Now we're down to 27 pins.
27.
Which is way better than 47.
And he gave a few more back.
25.
Yeah.
$25 pins. What do we do if there's a tie after this?
After the 2 games?
Yeah. Yeah, think about that. I mean, we got it written down in the rules. I just got to make sure I know ahead of time and what we have to do. Here's what we would normally. This came up. It's funny in the trios that Fitzgerald runs.
Yeah.
I was there watching the final match, and if there had been a tie, Tony didn't know what to do because they never had a tie in before. So normally we'd do like a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. But when there's 3 people, who's going to bowl the 9th or 10th? So we decided they would do a 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. So that everybody would get to bowl. And whoever bowled the 9th frame, 'cause during the whole tournament, whoever bowled the 9th could bowl the 10th. You didn't have to be the guy who bowled the 9th. Could have been the guy who bowled the 7th. So,
Sure.
So anyway, that was because it was a trios. That's the way we figured that. Is doubles, we would just do the 9th and 10th.
Yeah.
But we had to. I'll verify that. I did put the rules. So if this holds true to form, and Brady is more comfortable on the right lane, well, that strike right there just maybe solidified what it looked like. That he's solid on that lane. And David Langer is going to manipulate something to get right around the head pin for 9 strikes. One way or another, he's not going to be leaving splits and washouts. Trips out the leaky bucket. And then Tom Jones chopping the 3 off the 6-10. I was just discussing that with Sam Lanto yesterday about the 3-6-10 compared to a 6-10 or a 10-pin. I'm okay on the 6 or the 10-pin, but that 3-6-10, I miss it more often than not. So we discussed different ways of lining up. Shooting spare ball with it, of course. League-wise, a little different. I can use my strike ball at it, but when I get these different patterns, I got to be able to throw it kind of straight, but then I'll either miss to the right or chop or something. So I got a new plan. We'll see if it works next time I leave one, though. I would like a hazy IPA.
Got it.
Ask me if you want some. Tom kind of dropped that one. After he left at 3-6-10, he didn't get out of it and clean it all. Left that 2-10. But he got the 8 out, which is obviously an easier spare, but still it's a split. So he's struggling a little bit, especially when you got your opponents hitting the pocket, striking pretty easily. It's going to be tough for those guys to come back with that 25-pin deficit. Yeah, you had to go after it too. Getting 1 pin, it wouldn't have mattered. You had to try and get it. You got to regroup. Steve needs a strike here. Keep showing him that, hey, I still got mine. You get started. Brent, no, I did not try. And when I got home, I had had enough beer already by the time I got home, so I didn't, but I will be trying it tonight. It's in my refrigerator cooling off, just so you know that. Thanks again. I don't know if Jason tried it or not, but I didn't try it. The new loose line hazy that we got last night.
I did, yes. It was very
Okay.
good.
Oh, I didn't because
Very
I said when I got home last night I had already had enough, so I didn't need any more. But they're in my refrigerator cooling off, and I'll
Nice.
test it tonight. So.
You will test it tonight.
So therefore, you heard it, Brent. Jason said it was pretty good. And also, Brent, when Jason sends you all the results, let me know if you got any issues with the stats. I can certainly help and look at it and watch. So you just need to know the whole point system, how we work that out. And the winners.
Thanks for doing that.
Oh yeah, the winners each get 25 points for winning. Second place, each guy gets 23 points, and so forth. So, but we can talk about that more. All right, Tom Jones got a strike after a couple of open frames. he needs to because it looked like Steve was lined up until just that shot, but he got
right.
the right footer, hit one on the right side. It was looking bad for a while. But we'll see what Brady does. He'll answer that with a strike and 18 because they're still up by 30. A half 10 pin.
Yep.
But it's a case where right now, I don't know what thought goes into their mind, but you want to strike, but you also don't want to go through the nose. So you throw it. Do you throw it? I don't know. Differently.
Yeah.
The Tom Jones strikes here, it gives him a little bit of a, and he didn't, but that would have given him a little bit of a chance, more of a chance. See you, John. Good tournament again.
All right, good spare for Brady. So they have 250 max.
So 210 max for Jones and Bohn. So that means 185 is all they would need. 186 Langer Stearns, and they're pretty much on that already. So, but they don't want to be looking ahead yet. They still got to look frame by frame.
Yep.
They're still throwing this shot right here. That one didn't look good.
Good break. Almost a really good break. It was sitting there wobbling for a while, but 3-pin for Lumpy.
Tom Havas would have carried that. That would have been a perfect avalanche. Thank you. Pretty much over now.
Yeah.
So we are going back over to lane 25 and 26 for the next match. And Langer and Stearns were on that pair for the position round. And as we remember, they had a little trouble on that right lane. Or at least David Langer had a little bit of trouble getting he was leaving 2 pins and light hits, whatever. But we'll see what happens. I'm sure you'll adjust right after that.
For sure.
If you want the final, here's the final, Dougie. Oh, that's final. Yep, that's the same one.
Sam, come to you. Huh? Okay.
I don't think so. We're gonna be bowling. Langer and Stearns are gonna be bowling against Scott Anderson and Joey Robillard, and I don't believe they ever made a step ladder before in the
He did. I think that was last year.
CBA doubles. I know Joey was second one time in a CBA singles tournament. I know Scott's made a couple of ladders, but they don't have titles, and I don't believe they've made the step ladder as a duo yet till today.
Yeah, Lumpy with a bucket.
He's going through the motions. The last one he set down short for that doesn't really mean anything, but sometimes it's said that you have to keep throwing it because you have to keep positive thinking.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm back here on the mic.
Yep.
He's down there bowling.
Here we are.
Saving energy.
Yeah. Saving your feet.
Yes. You mean Ben Lamux and Matt Payne?
Yeah, I like calling him Lemieux.
I go by what Matt Payne calls. You call them Ben Lamux.
Lamux, yep.
Hilly and Lily.
Lily's not involved at all.
Oh, I think
that.
they've left some. Hey, we haven't mentioned yet, Jason. So speaking of Hilly and Millie, I think we did talk about it a little bit earlier when Dave Hoppenrath was here. The Lacrosse Open, which is November 18th, and then the CBA is at Concord the next day, November 19th. But
Yes.
we are going down to Playmore Lanes to live stream the what do they call that tournament? The Playmore Lanes Open, or Lacrosse Open.
Lacrosse Open.
Lacrosse Open.
Yep.
Okay. And the way that one works is they have you bowl 6 games, correct? 3. Then there's 2 different. There's a house shot and another pattern
House and challenge.
on a pair. So it's not every lane. It's on a pattern. Is it every other game?
Every other game,
So
correct.
okay.
Yep, so you have house, then challenge.
In-house, then challenge, or challenge in-house, or challenge in-house,
Yep,
right?
correct.
And then they take the 2 squads, and they take the top 8 from each squad. They're guaranteed to make it, and then the top 8 of whatever squad's together. That way, no
Yep.
matter A squad or B squad, it doesn't matter that much which one you're bowling. So it's a cool way of doing it.
Yeah, he said over the years there's been massive discrepancy over making the cut A squad to B squad, and so that's why they do it the way they do it. Take 8, from each squad, so that you're guaranteed to have some from each go in, and then 8 from at large.
Yeah, right. We talked about that last night when I was talking to Nick Heilman about that. Years ago, Eau Claire was our big tournament, and we always had 200 bowlers, of course, and B squad was the squad to bowl. So we started, and we always had 2 days, 2-day tournaments. We had A and B squad. That's back when we, 150 to 200 bowlers, a lot of places. And what we do is A squad would bowl 5 games, B squad would bowl 5 games, A squad would come back bowl 5 games, B squad would come back and bowl 5 games. And it turned out that B squad was always better. So we'd go from tournament to tournament. If you bowl A squad one tournament, you had to bowl B squad the next. And if you bowled B squad, you have to bowl A the next year. Well, then we kept doing that, or the next tournament. Well, we started changing it to where Eau Claire, you had to be A squad one year, B squad the next, no matter what you did the month before. So I had a lot of record keeping I had to do to make sure I know who bowled what squad and when. So make sure to keep it fair from tournament to tournament. And it was all done by hand way back then. I didn't have the spreadsheets in Excel where I could put it in there and sort it. Wrote it all down by hand. Things have come a long way since then. So Joey and Scott Anderson get the choice of, and would they favor the one that they're going to bowl good on first, or the one that? We're back, just in time to finish up the practice. Oh, rumor has it, Jason.
That rumor is true.
Oh, the booth at the live stream.
The booth at the live stream at the Lacrosse Open is going to be the loose line booth.
Oh, I like it. Being that we're going to have to drive from Lacrosse to South St. Paul, I'm only going to have a couple.
Yeah, I think that accounts for one.
Anybody want to be an Uber driver from Lacrosse to
Lacrosse?
the Hotel Lacrosse from Concord Lanes?
Concord Lanes, yeah.
That's okay. We still appreciate it. Brent, I'll have a cooler to go, and we'll imbibe when we get to the Concord Lane Hotel, wherever that is we're going to stay at.
Yeah, that is a full weekend of bowling, that's for sure.
But Jason, you're bowling the tournament too in Lacrosse.
That's what I said.
Now, you said that last night. I heard it.
That's correct. Yep.
I'm not bowling down Lacrosse. I'm just going down there to help do the live stream. But I am going to bowl the CBA, which is the second leg of the Locker Guy Bowler to Decades tournament. So
Yes, it is.
I'm going to bowl that. But rumor has it too, I believe, is there going to be something for if you bowl both tournaments, the Lacrosse and the CBA? Was Nick going to do something, or is that just all talk?
Well, we had talked about coming up with something. We had discussed, that you would take everybody that bowled them both to the Twins game.
Oh, that's what it was, yeah.
And then, we'd have a drawing out of all those that did it, and then one could throw out the first pitch.
Oh, yeah, I got to remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see if
But
I can work out the details.
We are going to try to come up with some incentive to get people, obviously, to bowl both. If we come up maybe with a prize for, we haven't decided yet how to
fund it.
how to put it together. Yeah, whether it's going to be something like the highest score from both, or
Highest finisher.
yeah,
Not no score, but highest finisher.
Yeah, highest finisher from both. Yeah, we'll have something. Stay tuned.
What I like about all this is there's a lot of tournaments. There's more and more coming up, especially with L. Houston and Larson Siding, I don't know the guy's name again now, who bought it from Tim Mayer.
It
Escapes me.
Shelby,
Okay.
was it? I think.
But he's putting in money for the quadruple something he's doing down there.
Yeah,
so that's
Shelby,
helping
Dino.
create interest in scratch bowling down in that part of the state, and you'll get a lot more bowlers that you wouldn't normally get. Because a lot of people I don't want to say don't know about a CBA, but they don't think they're good enough, say, or too far to drive, whatever the reason is. Now they get their a little taste in there about how it is to bowl against these guys, and it's really just bowling.
Yeah.
You know, you look up and you see these guys winning all the time, but that's the top guys. But the rest of us are just, we're out there just to try to see how we can compete. So it's going to create scratch bowling bowlers throughout the whole area. I like it a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And we're underway. Joey with a 3 pieces of a bucket there, the 2-4-5. Langer Stearns starting with a strike.
That's the lane where David Langer in the last match in the position round, he kept coming a little bit light for that 2-pin. 2 things could have happened. He knew he was doing that and decided to adjust a little bit. Or they dried up a little bit more where the ball's going to hook to the pocket more. But you saw him talk to Brady after he threw that shot to tell him something. That, okay, maybe it's hooking more mid-lane or something. But they know each other's game pretty well. And Brady's going to make his adjustment and throw what he needs to get to the pocket. And like you mentioned, he's more comfortable on that lane. It looks like he moved in deeper. And just comes around it so nicely. Heard my name. So Scott Anderson, I think he's been anchor bowler on that duo all day long. I haven't watched the lefties close enough. We were just watching Doug when he was on these pair here, but to see how much different they're playing the lanes on the left side. The right side, they're very similar, I think, on both lanes right now. Like you had said, Lumpy said that earlier.
Yeah, we had mentioned that it was Lumpy that said, it's a little ways into it, and they start to, on day 2 anyways, they start to really look similar.
Okay, Joey with the bucket,
shot
or the
for Joey.
2-4-5, the first frame, and gets it up a
adjustment.
little bit higher to carry the light shot in the second frame. Or his second shot, third frame.
All right,
Scott
another
just
good
rolling
shot
it
by
up right
Scott.
outside, right around first arrow-ish. I didn't see exactly where it went over, but speaking of that, I just studied like first arrow-ish or whatever, and some people are saying they're playing 10, 15. I think nowadays it's not always where you hit at the arrows. It's your second spot down the lane, which I don't really watch where the ball's going to arrows all the time. I like to see where it's going to start, like the marker down lanes. I like to see where that's going to be, but so people say, well, you hit about 8. Okay, well, I might have, but I really don't know that because I'm not really looking that spot there. So, and if you're at the line looking, sometimes it's different than if you're standing back behind the approach looking at somebody's ball go there. So,
For sure.
I don't usually say, I say I'm around this part of the line. I'm standing here throwing it about there.
Yeah.
And Sam knows where I do that, like Sodi, I bowl a lot. They know if I say this, he knows where to adjust from that.
Yeah.
That was just inside a fourth arrow
Oh,
for the half 10. I didn't see what he did. He left a 4-pin
he
last
left
time.
4-pin, yeah.
But I didn't see where he hit at the target.
I didn't see where he was either. I thought he might have been a little soft on the 4-pin.
Maybe he sped up a little bit. It was 15.3 miles an hour according to scoring or the thing here. Don't know if that's right or not. What I like about that, if it's the same, I can tell if I'm throwing the ball harder or slower.
For sure.
I don't care what I throw.
Consistency is good spare for lumps. So we got Anderson Robillard, 10-pin lead as we head into the back half of the game.
These are miles per hour. I was down in Costa Rica and I was throwing 21. I'm going, kilometers.
Kilometers.
I'm going, what the heck is that? I think 22 is 13 miles an hour or something like. I don't know what it was. I wasn't throwing 21. I was throwing harder than that, but that it was a little bit like. I could just tell he didn't quite get that one rolling up as soon. Now, I don't know where he hit at the arrows, but that was just a little bit down. It went down lane a little further. Well, Brady was just almost fifth arrow. Oh, he had 2 pins going to knock that thing over there. The 3-9, even though, it's simple, you just usually move left and let the lane hook your ball into it. Still double wood, still tougher than a single pin.
So, crack staff over here. Stacy was wondering, we've talked about the father-son, uncle. And she asked, has there ever been a father-daughter? That's one. And has there ever been a female winner in the CBA? There hasn't been.
Has
and
not.
I know for the longest time, it was the CBA and the LCBA.
Correct.
And so it's not like we were combined.
No.
Up until, honestly, just not all that long ago. You had the ABC and the WIBC, and everything was separated, and you had men's leagues and women's leagues and couples leagues,
Right, yeah.
but you didn't really have a whole lot of that integration. So I'm not surprised by that, but yet in a way maybe I'm kind of a little surprised because there are a lot of really good lady bowlers. In our area alone, there's several that are very competitive.
Way back, Shirley Shostrom, I believe, was the first woman to ever make the match play in a CBA. And there might have been at Diamond Lake South, but I'm not sure how she did. I couldn't remember that. Misty Howard made match play one time up in, I'm not sure if it was Duluth or Eau Claire. Or wait, maybe she didn't make match play, but I believe she was the first woman to shoot 300 in a CBA.
Sure.
Sam and Deb Lanto are the only husband and wife duo to make match play at the same time.
Oh.
Carl and Clark Polzer are the only father and son duo to make match play at the same time. Okay, wait a minute. Not only, I just thought of that. Last year, we were bowling at the Super Bowl, and Todd and Ryan Savoy made match play at the same time as the father and son. So I will put that into my factoids.
New factoids.
And another factoid I came up with on my way here or whatever, Denny and Terry Schott, brothers to win CBA titles, and of course so are Todd and Denny Savoy.
Denny Savoy, sure.
So what other brothers are there to win? I don't think there's any others. Oh, how about Dave and Dan Langer?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I got to put that in my factoids.
So just when they kind of thought they had caught up a little bit, then they stopped striking, and Anderson Robillard start again.
We got that one in. Yeah, just a little. If it just rolled out sooner, it would have been the high flush strike.
What a back and forth match.
He's all upset about that. He's laughing, but he knew he got it in. I bowled with Joey on our tournament team, and he's gotten a lot better in these last 2 or 3 years.
For sure.
He just became a father 6 months ago. He's enjoying his 6-month-old daughter. It's fun to watch when you have kids and watch them grow up. All right, I would go for 1 on this right here to get that extra pin. You need those 2 pins. So you kind of go for it, but you don't want to like throw it away.
Right.
And I think that's what he did
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
Take a chance of bouncing out rather than missing it. So 193 in the ninth, 223 max. There are 2 pins behind David and Brady, if of course Langer picks up this spare, which I don't even know why I was even thinking about it, because he doesn't miss those too often, except for the 9-pin he missed earlier. I had to bring that up. Okay, Scott, your job is to try to get 30 in the 10th. If not 30, get 20. Oh, and then he did the old Bach, the Scott Anderson Bach. That my shoulder hurts. And
Haven't seen it yet.
I saw it
All
once
day
earlier
today.
today.
Yeah.
I saw it
Oh,
once earlier
okay.
today and a couple times yesterday.
He is somebody that if it doesn't feel right, he stops, and he probably stops more than most people that do that.
I don't know anybody else who stops. We all just make kind of foul-line adjustments here and there, and then we throw it like crap. But if something's wrong, I actually know about it when I push away, so I've stopped at that point. But once I got my third step going, I'm not stopping. Oh, back-to-back box. Who did that on TV? Sean Rash used to do that
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
Was that a mental thing with him?
Well, I really don't know.
Yeah. I wonder if this is a mental thing with Scott now. I never thought of it because he's just always just done that. But back-to-back? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Brady gets to go to second now because he balked twice.
Yeah, he gets second
Yeah.
hand.
Yeah. We can't balk the guy to first, so you got to be on first to start with.
Oh, I was just going to say, or does Lumpy get first?
So,
All right.
okay, I don't want to say anything there, but it looks like he shoveled that one like he wasn't comfortable. That's kind of what it looked like to me.
I would think it would be hard to be comfortable if you just got done having two that actually were so bad you had to stop. Yeah.
Well, yesterday I hung up in one and it kind of spun down and it struck. Well, my next time up, I was going to make sure I didn't hang up, so I almost dropped it because I don't know why I hung up, first of all. I'm sure I was just out of time, which is really why all that stuff kind of happens.
Yeah.
But it was just kind of one of them things that I don't know how the ball's going to come off my hand the next shot.
We're all square.
We are all square. Luckily, it's only the first game, so there's not a tie here yet. Oh, but Brady's got the 2-pin combo.
It's a little bit of a...
He's gonna.
It's not all fair as far as the spares go,
No.
but it's all square as far as the score goes.
He's going to use the system and hook at it. So every CBA that Scott bowls, there's an over-under how many times he balks. What was the over-under yesterday, Will? Total picks. Tie doesn't matter. Oh, that was a lot better shot. Ooh, than he threw in the first one in the 10th. So 212. So Brady strikes here. Could have a 1-pin match or a 1-pin lead. 9 to tie. 8 be 1 pin behind. So either way, it's gonna come down to that second game.
It is.
This is going to be in the pocket whether he carries that 10-pin or not.
Little loft. Yeah.
Okay.
Little loft, and it actually kind of checked up quick on him.
2 pins.
There it is.
You don't want to say 2 pins matters, but it matters.
For sure.
But now with Lumpy and Brady in the left lane, they could just go faster if they wanted to. And to me, that's a plus because you get a rhythm going. You just keep striking. You don't have to wait for the other team.
Yeah.
And then, so like say Scott was to balk in one shot, whatever, they could just keep going on the left. They don't have to wait.
Right.
So what's interesting right now is Joey's bowling anchor on the right lane. I'm not sure if they did that all day.
Right. Yeah.
Like Hilly and Millie used to just go back and forth every other. They didn't really matter who liked what lane. I'm not sure if that's what they're doing or if I'm sure they got a plan. Oh, so Scott's got to move in quite a bit on this lane. I can see why he's more comfortable, obviously, on the left lane playing out. And Joey's probably not going to play much different. Different ball, maybe, same part of the lane, close to it. Wow.
Good shot.
I don't think my 14-pound ball would do that. Neither would my 15 or 16 when I had them either.
I don't know the rev rate difference, but that might play more of a part of it than the ball
there's
even.
that too.
Oh, no, that's costly.
Well, you know,
I know people say if you're going to do it, that's the place.
That's the frame to do it in. Or if you're up by 30 and a tenth, do it then.
Yeah.
That could be going from one lane to the next. You hadn't bowled on that lane, since practice. Oh, that's a solid 10.
We touched on that, or you touched on that earlier about, you get done with practice and then you're on the lane that you choose to start on, or it gets chosen for you. But either way, you're on that lane. When you go to the other one, it's been 7 to 10 minutes since you threw one over there. You forgot if you were just a little slower on that, pattern, or where you were standing even.
So that one was right around between third and fourth arrow, and he swung that a little bit. So Joey, whether he threw a little bit harder, want to make sure he didn't. The last thing you want to do is go through the nose and open in your first shot on a thing. So you be a little more conservative and get it out to the right. But now this is so easily choppable that I don't like this one at all either. He was kind of hooking a little bit at it.
No, good spare.
And that's why I'm back here.
What do we got going on here?
Doug Manor just walked into our booth. The team of him and Erik Schott, who ended up 6th. Nice tournament.
Take it.
It was a heck of a day. A lot of bowling on Sunday, like we talked about. So what we got right now is Scott Anderson and Joey Robillard are up by 2 pins in the 2-game total pin match. But now with an open in the first frame, they're down with the double by. They're down by like 20-some pins right now. But, it's only the 3rd frame. A lot can happen. So being that you're here,
Like you didn't like it.
okay. Now that you're here, Doug, we were talking about last night. Instead of calling you guys left-handers, we call you guys right-footers. So instead of using left-hander.
I got it.
Okay, so I can't remember who brought that up. We thought it was pretty good. You right-footers, except for Robbie Lawrence. We don't know what to call him.
Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, question for you, because we were watching Scott Anderson on the left lane. He was anchor bowler with him and Joey, and he was playing out about first arrow. Now it goes to the right lane, which is the medium, the shorter pattern, the medium length pattern, and he was in about 10, 12 or something like that.
Sure.
How much difference do you play the left or right lane based on being the right footer you are?
Oh, man. I would say easily an arrow.
Okay.
Easily an arrow.
Well, that's kind of what he's doing. I didn't watch exactly, but he's probably more than an arrow.
The funny thing is, there's less bowlers today, but on the left side, he had to move more today. They got drier today
Well,
compared to yesterday.
there were more. Let's see how you said there were.
Probably more guys throwing urethane yesterday.
Yeah, and the lefties were spread out, where there was 6 of you, I believe, here today on the same lanes all the time. So they changed faster for you than normally would have. That's what we're guessing. We don't know.
But there were some pairs, the longer pattern hooked real quick, and I thought, well, I didn't see this yesterday, and there was so much more play yesterday.
With that, well, they come back with a turkey right there, so they're going to say, we got a match going here. But today, when people come back after on the second day, they know what ball to use, where to play.
Correct.
And did they, scuff up some bowling balls on that right lane or the left lane, because that was a longer pattern to start with. Even the right lane, even though it was a shorter pattern, you didn't want really shiny stuff. You didn't want the ball to skid snap.
Right.
So maybe a little more surface all around. And I don't know if anybody used urethane today. Yesterday there was a lot.
There was a bunch that went down yesterday.
Yeah. Correct.
For lack of a better word.
Yeah.
I mean, the urethanes didn't make the cut.
I think people got fooled yesterday that we called it a short pattern, but it really wasn't a short pattern. It was a shorter pattern, which equated to, according to the book, or the Kansas pattern, it was a medium pattern.
Yeah, 39
feet is
so,
not
yeah,
short.
Yeah.
It's just shorter.
It's short. It's just short.
Well, it's called medium according to the graph. So
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, what we had was this year realistically a medium pattern and a long pattern.
and we
I think I like the medium pattern.
I think I did for my lack of reverie.
Surprisingly, with how slow I am, I would normally like the long
Yes.
pattern, but
Oh, how
shot.
solid flush was that for that young man,
he knew that immediately.
the young new father, 6-month Joey Robillard.
Best shot of the day, probably right there.
Especially when you need it to put some pressure on the other team.
Yep.
There's no better feeling.
Because now they're up by, if he doesn't pick this up, I should say when he picks
spare
that up.
Brady,
Yeah, exactly. So I believe it was a 14 pin, so now they got like a 16 pin lead, counting the 2 pins they had in the first
yeah.
game. So that was just outside of third arrow.
Oh no. That's the last thing you want to see at that point, you know.
We talked about wanting to be lighter so you have
Yep.
a chance for easier spare. And not only the split, it's a 6 count.
Yep.
So and this is going to be in the pocket for a 9 count no matter what, or a strike, obviously, whatever.
Yep.
But so he just gained 4 pins and an open. There's the 14 pins. Now got an even match.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay, 3 out of 4.
Still,
That's a couple extra pins though. He's going for 2, gets 3.
yeah.
So we're dead even right now.
Yep.
Computer scoring. You have a possibility of a tie, Jason,
We do.
which is a 9th and 10th frame roll off.
Always a possibility of a tie.
Looking at the way that I keep score in my head, I always assume the turkey is coming. The double is going to happen. The turkey is going to happen. Whatever.
Okay. And it
And
didn't.
it didn't. So I was going to say I really see the advantage and on the Langer Stearns side with the strike up.
Yeah.
But that's out the door now.
And so he left a 310 last frame. So what kind of adjustment did he make? Little bit to leave the 245.
Yep.
Just outside of 4th arrow.
Oh,
Hard trip 4.
that was a big trip 4 right there.
All right, Joey. My young teammate, Joey. Before he was on our Laker team, we needed an extra bowler to bowl at the Nationals. We always took 12. So we'd have our extra doubles and singles, so we didn't have to.
Yep.
And so he filled in. Him and his dad filled in for us one time. So then he filled in. I can't remember where we were, but he went doubles and singles, 700, 700. The next year he was on our team.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have an opening before that, and then we did. But huge strike right here. He'll put that double up.
Oh, that's
How
a big
solid
shot.
was that?
Yep. Well, good
Okay.
adjustment. Way to come back after having an errant shot, the last time you were up.
This is huge for David Langer to give his partner Brady a chance. Needs to have this strike.
Yep.
This- How soft and
Yeah.
nice off his hand.
Yeah.
It's amazing me how he can control that soft speed when that's not his normal temp.
Correct. Well, they've got their max 224. Anderson Robillard still have the advantage. Their max is 232.
Right, but this strike right here will force Joey to get the first one.
Yep.
Actually, you'd have to double to force him to get the first one. But if he doesn't strike right here, Joey doesn't even need a double. He doesn't need to strike. And that was one of the
boy.
worst shots I've ever seen Brady throw at that crucial point.
Yeah. Said something about that lane.
So Joey's going, okay, I don't need to mark, but the best strike in the world is the best mark in the world is a strike.
Uh-huh.
This is going to be kind of hard. 16 he hit. A little too hard.
Little amped up.
I think he hit about 17, 18 before. That was a little more to the right. We didn't want to go through the nose for the split.
Yep.
He's going to have to pick
No, he
this
does
up.
have. He does have the harder spare.
Correct. The 2-8, the double wood. Just has to pick it up and in 5 pins. But you got to hook at it. You don't throw your spare ball down the left side, and you got to hit him light on the right side.
Yep.
He's moved his feet right. About 12 board, all over it.
Yeah, good
just like
spare.
you drew it up.
You bet.
That's how you pick up a 2-8. You move your feet. He looks like he moved more than the 3 or 4 boards right. I don't know.
I don't think I'd want to have to try to pick that up, but
I'd rather shoot
he
a 10
did a
pin.
great job.
I'd rather shoot a 10 pin.
Easily. Would
I'd
rather.
rather shoot the 2-8 than a 7 pin. How bad is that?
Ooh, no, I'd take my 7 pin. Oh,
203. He needs 2 pins. 1 pin. 1 pin for a tie. Stay behind the fall line, Joey. Looks
there
like
it
he
is. Yep, all good.
did. Left the same thing, but it really didn't matter.
Yep.
206, 203, which means they
match.
won that game by 3 5-pin total. Wow. Heck of a match. Another good, exciting match. Came down to the last frame again. So now we got Joey and Scott moving over to bowl against Erik Vermilyea and Ryan Burr on 27 and 28 for the 2-game match for the right to bowl Brandon Brown and Ryan Kyllonen for the title. Oh, we got to get photos. Yes, we need photos. So we need the top 5 guys, or top 10 guys, 5 teams. Erik, taking photos. We got a little break where they're going over to the get everybody up against the wall to take pictures. Forgot to take the photos last night of the All-Star teams. Brady Stearns being the bowler of the year and Triple Crown winner. I forgot to take the pictures of him. I can find another one somewhere of when he was in one of them, but I still forgot to do that. I'm disappointed in myself.
Oh, you made it! I'm just joking. What's up? How are you? That was from Steve. A lot? 13. Yeah. We got a waitress too. 3. That's a at least 7.
I don't know what kind of group that is, but they all look different. Okay, now they got the picture out of the way, and I was just mentioning I forgot to take photos last night of the All-Star team, Jason.
Oh, no.
I know. And then I said, well, I could take a picture of Brady somewhere as the Triple Crown winner and the bowler of the year, but still, I forgot to do that. Two on each. And you get everybody, and you get the choice of which lane you want to start. Oh, my mic's not even on.
Your mic's on.
Oh, okay.
Mine's not.
Oh, I thought this was number 1. Oh, never mind. I saw the 2 red. I thought that was on. Ah. Okay, don't mind me. I thought I was talking to myself, but well, I might have been. You were over there anyway. So next year, the CBA doubles will be about the 20-something of October.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, myself and with Verna and Lumpy and his wife and about 5-6 other couples, we're going to be on the River Danube cruise.
River Danube.
I'm not going to be in town.
Huh.
It happens that we're leaving on the 18th of October. So I'm not going to be here for the doubles next year.
Wow. No,
I know.
Lumpy.
No. So maybe Brady and Sam will bowl together.
Yeah. I'll have to come up with a lot of factoids on my own for the banquet.
I'm going to try to start them earlier.
There you go.
I'll have stuff done because, like Will mentioned 4 or 5 times yesterday that I'm semi-retired.
Yes.
So I have more time, but it doesn't really mean I have more time. I just took more time to get this done. And in my long career of working in deadlines, I work better under pressure. When I have to get something done, I'm focused and then I get it all done. But when I have 3 months to do it, I take 3 months to do it.
Yeah.
Kind of. I kind of get started, but I don't have a deadline.
Right.
Everybody gets stuff done when you have a deadline. But I'm going to try to do stuff more during the year as I go on instead of doing it all at the end of the year.
For sure.
And of course, they say that now. We'll see what happens later on.
We'll see how that plays out.
Yes. But so on top of being gone for, we're leaving on the 18th of October. Well, next year our Costa Rica tournament is October 5th through the 12th.
Oh.
I get home on the 13th from Costa Rica. I got 4 days to do factoids or whatever and do leaves in my yard and then go for 10 days.
Wow.
End up in Prague.
October is going to be nice next year.
Yeah, it's going to be. And that means I got to have a landscaper guy come and do all my leaves and all that stuff next year because as soon as this is over, I got to get home before it gets dark. I got a whole yard full of leaves. I got to get them all done tonight before it rains tomorrow morning. Good and bad about trees. We got about 80 trees in our yard, front, back, all around.
And they all have leaves.
Do you know how many leaves are on each tree?
A lot.
A lot, exactly. And right now there's a lot of them that are on the ground. Normally I just mulch them up and leave them on the grass or whatever, but we have this issue of jumping worms, not to get into a lot of stuff, but there's not a cure for jumping worms yet. And what jumping worms do, they're different than angleworms. Angleworms go up and down and create, what do you call it, space, aerating.
Sure.
These are jumping worms. They don't really jump, but they go just below the grass level and they eat all the organic matter. And so grass dies and plants die and the dirt becomes like coffee ground stuff, so nothing really grows in there. And there's not a cure for them yet. But Verna, being a master gardener, she's learning more and more about them. But we have them all over our yard because they all kind of like go downhill. We're on the lowest spot. And anyway, so I have to get these leaves up off the ground.
Yeah.
Long story short, it's like why I got to go back and do some work. But I still, I wouldn't give up my house for anything because those leaves make it look nice.
Sure. I'm with you, Newman. I 100.
Good
Thanks
tournament,
for
David
bowling.
Langer.
Thanks for bowling. I
See you on
100% think that the president should step in next year in place of Corby.
Oh, yeah, factoid guy.
Yep. So thanks, Newman, for the idea.
Yeah, but he always makes the cut.
Well, he didn't make the stepladder, though, so he can sit here,
Oh, that's true.
go through all the factoids.
Yeah. Or at the banquet, he can do all the factoids.
He definitely can do it at the back.
We'll have these and more. Because these are going to be, now that the last time I did these was in 2008, 2009-ish. I used to have a bunch. Mark Steiner actually started the term factoid. Not that he made up the word, but so he came up with a few things way back. And then every year I had 2 or 3 of them. So I found the old ones, and then I had to update them all because what was a factoid back then is not really a factoid anymore because it changed. Except for the one that we were looking at last night. Holiday Lanes in Vermilyea, February of like 2012 or something. Dan Bach bowled all 12 games of match play and 1 stepladder game without an open frame.
Wow.
That'll never be tied. I can't believe anybody doing that. The only thing I don't know, I'd have to look it up. I don't even know if he won that tournament. Because he could have had a clean game and lost.
Right.
I'm going to look it up.
That's
right now.
crazy.
I know, it is crazy. Yeah. It's one of those things, you had to be there to notice it.
For sure. All right, we're going underway. It looks Burr and Vermilyea are taking to the left lane. 4-pin for Ryan right out of the gate.
Okay. Well, I'm looking up and see when Dan Bach won in, if he won, in Albert Lee.
And Scott leaving a 3-pin.
You know something? I don't see that he won a tournament in Albert Lee. So let me go to the other. So that time he was...
So when he was clean for
he didn't win the
for
tournament.
13 games, he didn't win.
Who won in the last time? I had to find that. Oh, look. I got all kinds of stuff here to look at, so... Well, let me
Newman,
make sure.
you keep coming up with great ideas. He should be in charge of the banquet. Absolutely.
Word of the day, factoid, is what Pat Hovda says. Exactly. February, 2003 at Holiday Lanes. Let me go back to 2003. Maybe I didn't look back far enough. Albert Lee. No, Carl Fitek beat Dan Bach in February of 03 in the Clean Day tournament.
Yeah. Well, spare by Joey here, and we've got a very uneventful start, but everyone will be all squared.
So,
Well, 1-pin difference, but
Joey is anchor on on the right lane. So I'm assuming, being that Scott likes the left lane better, he's probably more comfortable. He can play out further. That's why he'd be when he go to the other lane. Now I don't know what Ryan and Erik were doing. I believe Erik's been anchor most of the time yesterday
I think so.
and today. And not that either one of them probably could be. They're both pretty talented.
for sure.
That was the high hard one with a lot of spin.
That really was, yeah.
He even chuckled when it held pocket there.
Yeah, he gave that the Spinnerooski.
Spinnerooski.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, the Spinnerooski. I like that term. The Spinnerooski.
Yeah, good ball. Now we're off and running. A couple of shots to give him a look, and away we go.
You can tell that sometimes the look in people's eyes, and Erik has that look right now.
He does.
Yeah, I'm going to do this, and he wants a doubles title. He's been close twice with two different partners.
Yeah, we're going to get it done.
That was another high hard one. Maybe not as hard, but the high flush. So, okay, this is what I'm looking at. Rev rate, even though it's side tilt rev rate, whatever, it's still a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And keeps it straight on target. You don't have to hook the ball to get a high rev rate.
No.
And my reason, and I'm talking about a high hard one right there, but not the same spin. My reason to go into 14 pounds was to get higher rev rate and throw it straighter and kind of harder, but I'm not doing that. The ball hooks more. Now, I don't know if you're talking about was yesterday about the differential in 14 pound compared to 15. It will hook more. Is that true?
Well, you have it. That's ball specific.
Okay, that's not every ball. Whatever.
Yeah.
So a couple, like say the phase 2. I can't believe the amount of hook I get with that ball that I really didn't want. Or I don't want to say want. I wasn't looking for that when I changed to 14 pounds.
For sure.
I didn't hear what he said. Was he saying pull?
I think he said hook.
Hook, okay. Whatever he said, it did what he wanted. He struck.
Well, it struck, so we have to assume it did what he said.
Good point. Yeah. Little loft and another high flush.
Yeah.
Wow. That was on line and it stayed on line. Now I'm not straight behind him. You're a little straighter behind him than I am where you're sitting.
Well,
Did that hook at all? Cross any boards?
5 boards.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe an arrow.
Which way did it hook, right or left?
It did go left. Joey and Scott have, I was going to say, they absolutely have to start striking, or
Joey didn't like that one either.
Yeah, they're going to put it away quick.
So as a team on the left, you want to strike and put that pressure on that other guy, the other team. But still pick up the spares. You never know what's going to happen. You don't want to give anything away just because you're down. It's like a baseball team that's down 4-0 in the first. They don't give up. They play 9 innings.
Yeah, you got to.
These guys play 2 games. Go until you're mathematically out of it, and then keep going.
Right.
After this match, we're going to have an all-rookie team of Brandon Brown and Ryan Kyllonen. Not that they haven't bowled juniors and then been successful. Pretty much rookie in this CBA doubles. Though.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if they've ever bowled this CBA doubles before together. I don't think so. That was pretty solid too.
Really good. Mm-hmm. That would be the new Tour Dynamics, I believe, that Erik is throwing.
What is it?
So, Tour Dynamics.
Okay. Joey says, I'm not giving up yet. They can still have 230.
When we were, you were speaking of differential.
Oh, that wasn't good.
The Tour Dynamics has a very low differential. It is a very, I expect to see it probably a bunch on the Tour, just because the high rev rate guys on Tour will find it to be a lot more controllable down lane.
Is that a global, Niner global ball? Or? Oh, okay.
All right. Well, that's what they needed to do. They needed to start cutting into that.
It could be like a 20-pin match rather than 50.
Yeah, exactly. Because the way it was looking about 3 frames ago, they were hurting.
That's why they play 10 frames.
That's
20
right.
in this case. 40 if you count the doubles and whatever. Oh no, never mind. Still 20 frames. That was stupid.
It sounded good right away.
It did until it came out of my mouth. But I just kept it inside. It would have been better. Uh-oh, that wasn't good either. Oh, maybe I'm at a bad angle.
Well, that one, he was really up the back of it, and so it wasn't going to change direction a lot.
Well, that's probably right. It must have got it in.
Yeah.
With that low differential. Or whatever.
Yep.
Okay. That would not be a ball for me.
You'd still be waiting for it to start hooking.
Well, come on, Joey. Get this one right here. Get up to that 230. Oh, well. Okay, so they got their strike. He didn't. So now it's going to be like about 40-pin match instead of possible 20. This is still huge here to get that extra 10 pins. He needs this strike. Talking about Erik right there. So obviously he got that one more to the right. So he's got some room to play out there.
He does.
But then again, you make your own room. I talk about that with people too. Little final adjustment or whatever. You do all that stuff kind of subconsciously. You don't really think about it. Just that you know you're early or late, and you just do something to. Now it doesn't always strike, but you still combat that with a little adjustment.
Yep. Well, and he's another one that has a toolbox full.
Yes.
He's got a lot of different. He can he can change all the dynamics that he needs to.
Just think how good he'd be if he had a lower backswing. I just can't get how he has that low backswing and still throws it that hard.
I know it.
Oh, reconnecting. Connected. All right, we lost video for a second. We're back. I don't know if you heard, 46 pin difference after the first game. And that's why we bowl 2 games, and we'll see what happens. Joey starting out. I mean, Scott is going to bowl anchor on that left lane, which we kind of figured out because the longer pattern, and he can play out, which is obviously better for ultimate pin carry. So now he's got that high hard one on that left lane that Ryan was having.
Exactly,
so with a little higher roll, not so much side roll. Let's see what Ryan does over. Oh, he's playing out further. But maybe he should have slowed down and threw it just as hard. That's going back to the other lane.
Yep.
A little different. I think it's a different ball. I'm assuming it's a different ball.
I think so.
Put it this way: there's 4 guys out there only, and there's a lot of balls in a rack.
About 10 of them.
11 of them out there. Oh, that would have been huge. That was key for him to get that first strike.
Yep.
So now, okay, did he throw it bad? Is that lane hooking earlier now? I don't know.
Well, and I'm sure the first thing is let's just get through this spare because this is...
Oh, this is the toughest spare.
Yeah, this is not what I'd want to be throwing.
Nope. The right-handed 3-6-9-10, this 2-4-7-8 it's the toughest spare.
Yep.
That's not a split. Even washouts are easier.
All right, good work.
Covered it like it was no problem.
Yep, good work.
So it looks like you gave him some
good
more
shot.
room.
Yep, really good shot.
Softer, I don't know. I wasn't looking at the miles per hour. It looked softer, just by the roll.
Good shot, Joey.
Wow.
Yep. Right at about 17 at the arrows. Not giving it more than out to about 12.
Where's the pocket?
Yeah.
17. That's almost 17 to 17. Okay, Ryan, 1 frame adjustment, and he's right back at it.
on it.
They're going to be tough.
For sure.
Yep. I'm not going to count them winning this match yet, but they're going to be tough. But that was better.
Yeah, that one kept on path a lot longer. That first shot hooked early on him.
Has he missed the pocket yet?
Nope. Not in this match.
And solid ones.
Yeah.
They're not like trip 2 type or light hits like that or half tens. Only the one where he said hook or whatever he said that.
The first or second frame. He
Well,
had a 9 count. I think it was a 10 pin, but I mean it was pocket.
That's how they bowled yesterday. That's why they led qualifying by 100 and some pins.
Oh.
Later in the day when he could wheel it more. Joey just must have got to either a little slower, a little inside, one or the other. That's so close to being high flush. It's unbelievable. You've got 4-9 playing that deep.
Oh, man. Well, some fortunate carry, too, to go with it.
Yes.
Lazy 10 pin going forward is something.
2? No. And at that point, he had to go after it
for
also.
sure.
That wasn't the pin count thing. You got another one, Jason?
I'm good for now, thank you. Yeah.
This is my last one. I got to go pick up leaves.
Picking up leaves.
Sam, you're right. This pair, at least for Erik and Ryan, making it look think like it's a easy house shot.
Yeah, that's another one.
He was out of whack.
Right where the first one was. Yep.
Yeah.
Got that early hook.
So it's Erik and Ryan will be moving on the Bowler Championship, and we are going to have not only a first-time doubles champ, somebody's going to win their first title.
Yeah.
Because Ryan hasn't gotten a title.
Correct.
So
well, all we had to do was talk about it, and Erik missed the pocket.
yeah. So
I mean, he tickled the head pin a little
where's
bit.
Ryan? Ryan Kyllonen is going to pay us to talk about that.
Three. All right.
Well, a really good tournament for Scott and Joey.
For sure.
Third
Nice
place.
deep run. Yep.
And they just got done winning the trios, a month ago, along with Jackson Helland. And not only did they win it, they led qualifying like 450 over. They led the match, won all their matches, and won the championship. So they dominated.
Yeah, dominating passion.
Like I said to our Laker teammates, a truly dominating performance by the young guys.
Yeah.
As we were bowling the Minnesota Senior Masters.
Right.
Luckily, we had to do that because we would have kept those guys down.
That was in a little.
Yeah. He knows it too. Did he just skid it more to start with, maybe, so it went down next to 5 feet?
Could have been a little bit harder. Yeah.
Yeah, something.
Yep.
17 miles an hour.
Oh, she is.
He's either throwing it slow or just out of whack.
Yep.
I'm done. Let's get it over with.
Yeah.
Which they are.
Yes.
Stay the same.
Yep.
Stay the same.
Yep.
Still missed by 2.
Yep. You still missed by 2.
Well, if Brady would have got 6, you'd only missed by 1.
Well, we missed some squares today.
Well, yeah.
All right. Good spare.
Self-inflicted, but it's fine.
Still a good tournament. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got what you could. They got what they needed.
Yeah.
Not this crumb of 1 iota.
No.
Those guys hold very well. They're still crushing it like nothing. It's just another day. While I'm like falling over because I'm sore,
Whoa.
tired, and
Yeah. So am I, just sitting back here
unmotivated.
watching you guys
Like,
bowl.
I can't bowl anymore. Somebody's got to motivate me. They just keep going, man.
Good thing you have to bowl league tomorrow. I mean, you don't have to bowl league tomorrow, or do
No,
you?
absolutely not.
That's
Mondays and Fridays are a no-go for me.
I
Never.
totally agree with you, but
was
I bowl
better.
Fridays at Flaherty's, and
That's
I
a dead
I
10.
really don't like you. I like the guys that bowl with, but I just don't want to bowl every Friday. And Mondays, I used to in a sport league at John East Country Club Lanes, and not only get done bowling a CBA or something, and then got to go out there and bowl on something that's tough also.
Yeah.
So I don't do that anymore.
Is Joey's ball a little fast?
No, that
No,
was
he
slow.
threw-
That only
he threw that one.
16.3. The last one was 17.
He threw that one pretty good. He just dead 10.
It didn't finish.
Oh, the chink in the armor for Erik with the 5 count.
Yeah. That's a rare.
He didn't need it. But we were talking about it. You want to finish on a strong positive note, but his mental thing is if he just didn't try hard. If he's focused, he's going to throw it better. All right, so that match is over. They're going to win by about 60. No, more than that, total wise. We'll be moving over to 25 and 26 for the championship match with Ryan Kyllonen and Brandon Brown, our tournament leaders, against Erik Vermilyea and Ryan Burr. And like you mentioned, we're going to have one of these guys going to have their first ever title, any CBA title, and somebody's going to have the first ever doubles title. So we'll see what goes on. It's going to be a fun match. These guys were the leaders all along, all day long. They were first and second almost the whole time. They kind of flip-flop back and forth depending on maybe who they bowled against or whatever, but it's going to be a fun match.
Let's go noon.
We'll get this flipped over to the other camera here shortly.
I will not lie. I like the pattern choice. Both of them.
They were supposed to be easy.
Really?
Yeah, we were trying to pick a softer two patterns because the last few years have been like too tough, and the last 4 or 5 games of the second block, people are, they're out of it. They're out of it. They don't care. We thought, so let's go something a little bit softer. It didn't work.
I don't know. I mean, yay, nay. I guess.
Well, it took 44 under to make it, so that to me, that's not soft.
That's tough.
Yeah, we wanted it to be a little bit softer. It wasn't, but it's okay.
It wasn't.
No, it was not.
Yeah.
Some people thought it was easy.
Yes, they did. They bowl on 25 and 6.
Yep, they'll get 2 on each.
Oh, I got you.
We waiting for somebody?
You should have seen him walk. He was going like this the whole way.
So in other words, we're waiting for Erik. Like Meadowlark Lemon said on Harlem Globetrotters, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Did you say pitcher or picture?
Thanks for reminding me. They don't take pictures of 7th place. Or 6th place. They don't. Yeah, they didn't need ours.
Or do you mean pitcher? Pitcher. Okay, they're taking two practice shots each lane. And Brandon Brown, Ryan Kyllonen have the choice if they want to start in the left lane or the right lane. And like we talked about a little bit earlier, I think it's whatever lane they're maybe more comfortable on finishing. We'll see what happens there. I don't think it matters with Erik and Ryan. I think both lanes, to them, they're more than comfortable on both. Obviously that 10 pin, I know it's practice, we just left the 10 pin. That could just, when the lights come on and you're ready, there's just a little extra focus. I don't care what anybody says. You can go through these practice shots, you can read your ball, but there's a difference once the lights come on. Can't see the TV here, but they're just showing the Texas, actually not Texas Stadium. It would be Houston Stadium because I believe, is it tonight? No, maybe tomorrow. I can't remember now. Somebody's playing tonight. Somebody's playing tomorrow night to see who goes to the World Series. Ryan's just going to be striking all the time. So we got all righty championship match, a 1-2-hander. I think lane 26 is a little tighter as far as a right lane compared to the other ones, which we've been watching, and I believe Erik's thinking the same thing because he threw that ball up that 2-4-8-10, and he came back with that little whoa look on his face that, yeah, I'm going to try something different. That one did not pick up the roll. So if I'm the other team, I'm going to make Erik and Ryan start on the left lane. So they have to finish on, I believe, their tougher lane. Just a guess, but that's what I would do. So Erik changed balls. Looks like he moved further right. Quite a bit further right. Plays something totally different. Now that's pretty impressive. Now, I know he's bowled on this pair, or these, probably this pair also, but all along in the right lane, and he knew what he should do, and that is kind of amazing. Throw one ball, leave a 2, 4, 8, 10, move right, and take a different ball, and then strike, and then talk to Ryan about it. So, Brandon and Ryan, Erik was talking to, Ryan Burr. There are 2 Ryans out there. So Ryan Burr, Erik starting the match on the left lane, which is what I would have done too, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, they got to backspace all the scores, get them back to zeros, so we can start. I don't know what this pays, by the way. We did only have 36 entries, so it's not a lot of money. We've always talked about that. You make more than your money back, of course, by quite a bit, and depending if they're bet you win or not. But if you bowl these CBAs for money, you're bowling for the wrong reasons. You're out here to win titles. You have that forever. The money is spent. But with winning does come some money. So on the right lane, they're going to have Ryan Kyllonen start, and Brandon's going to be the anchor bowler there. And so Ryan Burr on the left lane. Oh, he gets that kick off the wall with that 4 off to 7. He's in about 4th arrow or so on that left lane. And that was in about 4th arrow too, with a lot more left to right motion on that than Ryan Burr was throwing. So that is just a little right of 4th arrow. Don't know what happened on that one. He knows. Did he set down a little short? Didn't get around. I see Brandon Brown strike right here would be huge. Put some pressure on those guys right away. That was about 12-13. He's able to play a little straighter. The right lane a little bit. I think the right lane's touchier, Doug, for the right side. I was just discussing that.
I think Erik actually got his right.
I was going back to when David Langer and Brady Stearns were on this pair, and Lumpy had a little trouble on the right lane getting the ball to finish stronger. He left a couple 2 pins here and there, and he did say, and then when he went to 28, he had a lot more room. So, and Erik threw a shot in one of his shadow balls that he was light on the right lane and took a different ball and moved about 5 boards right and then struck. So I think the right lane is key. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I think the right lane has always been a little more key all day just because it's drier. I think there's probably more forgiveness with the left side.
Probably with a longer pattern.
Yeah, I think so.
Ryan Kyllonen is coming around and way more left to right than anybody else.
Crushing it. Sheesh.
I don't know why he's not bowling second. But maybe Brandon's more comfortable on the right lane. We'll see. So that
was a better shot.
But still a dead 10, and he carried all those on 27-28. He got that one out further this time.
25 might be a little tighter.
So I think Brandon Brown, being he's never been in this situation before, is a little amped up.
Could be.
I'm pretty sure he'll settle down a little bit.
Absolutely.
It'd be nice to settle down picking this split up and not opening. However you got to do it,
Also,
get lucky. Uh-oh.
Ooh,
That's not the way I would have gone after it either, but...
that was a bad break on the spare. He should have picked that up.
Yeah, so either way, we got tie game after four frames. Ryan Burr looking pretty solid.
Yeah. Bohn, another strike.
Yeah.
Ryan Burr.
He struck a lot.
Bohn.
Oh, thank you. I think I forgot about me.
Good shot.
Good shot, Ryan.
He's been throwing it good all weekend.
So we're trying
Oh.
to reboot.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. Wait, where is you? I don't have.
Yeah,
I
he's.
can't print it yet.
All right.
Sorry.
I don't know. Hold on. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
Another really half 10. That's like the medic. That's like me throwing it up there.
His ball's not finished yet.
No. So it's way different than 27-28. Everything finished on that lane. So you almost knew that was coming after he
yeah.
goes light.
Yeah. Well, you make an adjustment.
Right.
I don't know where he is in school, Doug, or if he's done yet, but he bowled a little bit in juniors, bowled a couple of CBAs when he was still in juniors, and then, yeah, he's got to be, 22, 23
Who's that?
maybe, Ryan, 20? Yeah, he's young.
22-ish.
Yeah.
His dad, Jeff, is here. Jeff used to bowl CBAs years ago.
Yep.
Bowled out of New Hope, I believe.
I remember Jeff from the JCBA days.
Oh,
I bowled against him back then. Yep.
Of all that's going on, they're only down by 12 pins in the 6th frame. That's not bad.
Yep, got it in.
I know Ryan Kyllonen, Brandon Brown, and Cody Larson. I think they were second in their scratch trios at Flaherty's.
Okay.
They had somebody else that would bowl once in a while with, Jordan Monens. So they had 4 guys, and they kind of had a rotation. The young kids, they ended up second. I think so, on this lane right there. And he didn't on the last shot. He didn't get it right enough. But it was like still in that same dead 10 zone.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you do on something like that?
In my opinion, you slow your speed.
Oh, no.
Get a little more oomph on the back part through the release to get a little more, a little different angle. All those two.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, he's leaving dead 10s and sparing.
Now you're hitting the hole. When you're this tough, I mean, you stick with it. I think so. Manipulate it a little bit. Other than do a ball change.
John Cryer, I forgot who I was talking about when I. What was I saying? You said they were third. I'm not sure who I said and what I was talking about. I don't have the replay in my mind.
Wow.
All right, Ryan, he needs a strike here to give Brandon a chance in the 10th frame to get as close as possible to. They are struggling big time.
Well, I mean, this is where, realistically, I mean, Ryan and Erik have thrown the ball well,
Yes, right.
and they just can't get it to strike. But
Right.
they're hitting the pocket pretty good. Right. I think the nerves probably.
I believe the
have
nerves are there.
Set
Yes.
in.
I think so.
You can kind of see the shots. The shots are all in.
Yes.
Right. I mean, they're all pulls, and that's kind of a sign of, when the adrenaline goes and the nerves kick in and everything kind of
They haven't been in
comes
this
to the
spot
inside.
before.
That's it. That's it. You know.
You know what this reminds me of?
Oh.
Remember when Briley left like 6 or what was it, like 4 or 5, 9 pins in a row?
Yeah. He left. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Wow.
the racks were off. Where was that? Was that last year or something?
I remember that. I remember
Yeah.
we were live streaming.
Yeah,
it.
we
I
were
remember
live
that,
streaming and
whatever,
just
yeah.
Kept leaving
Yeah.
9 pin.
Yeah.
It was like 4 9 pins in a row or something.
I was wrong on the junior. They were third in the summer league, not second.
Okay.
That's what.
Still a pretty good.
Still pretty
season.
good. Yeah.
Still a
All I
pretty
know
good
is we
season.
weren't third. We weren't second. We weren't first. We were like seventh. There was a time when
3.
we used to win that
All right.
tournament, that league.
Tough pickup. Good spare, Brandon. Tough pickup. Tough pickup on it.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that Erik strikes on this shot?
I think he'll be.
Always in the 11th. Always in the 11th.
There it is.
I would have bet.
Let the ball, go softer.
Everybody back here is telling him what he should do.
Yeah,
He's down
yeah.
there bowling.
Bunch of coaches back here.
Yeah, that's why we're back here talking.
Chair
Yeah.
quarterbacks.
150.
Well, so 33 pins.
Not
It could
insurmountable.
have been a lot worse.
That right lane's a lot tougher than they think.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse than that.
Okay, well they're flip-flopping between Brandon and Ryan Kyllonen. That's probably just because of the left lane. So you see Ryan Burr and Erik Vermilyea have a little convo off to the right over there. And I know they're changing bowling balls. They're just probably talking a strategy to stay within 32 pins.
Yeah.
Yeah!
right.
How much weight did that come off of his shoulders right there
Yeah,
with a
yeah.
strike?
Just to throw a good shot
And carry.
have a reaction.
It wasn't
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good, but enough to strike. So did Erik tell Ryan to just go up there and fire it at the hole? Because that's what he did. 16.9 miles an hour right up at him. Don't give away the pocket.
Yep.
Get 9 spare, they'll win. Oh, and then the 4-9.
man.
Now, if they get away with that one for starting out with a double,
Right.
even though it's 33 pins, it's not insurmountable, but a double makes it 23 pins right away.
Right.
All right, so were you here when I was talking about Erik's first shot on the right lane in practice? Looked like a washout. Changed balls, moved a few boards, like 5 boards right, and then struck. Different ball. So I think that's what he was talking to Ryan about, but he did. He changed balls. He got whatever black one it is.
Okay.
So he's not going to be going left to right with it so much. He's a good 10 feet right with his board, or 10 boards right with his feet. Right over like second arrow. Yeah,
That was a fast messenger across there.
he didn't need it even. Yeah.
Yeah, that is, and that's a weak ball too. That's a hustle.
That's
So,
I was
yeah.
wondering what that was. We gotta keep people out of the food. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 12 more pins added on to the 33. That's 45 pins. They're down in the third frame of the final game.
Yep. Not insurmountable. That's what they need right there. Nice double.
Just thinking, wasn't a 4-9 there? Just leave the 4 pin or 9 pin for a spare.
Right.
But it ain't over. There's 9 more frames to go.
First game or second game? I didn't write down my first one. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were like doing stuff. Or I wouldn't be distracted.
Brandon, big shot. Strike here is huge.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That's good. There we go.
So,
We can get ourselves a match.
yeah.
Yeah.
If he doesn't strike here, there's no chance for a double, and he loses another pin and count, and oh.
Oh.
The hustle, is that a roto or is that a
That's a roto
it's a
grip.
roto grip
yeah.
one?
And
Gary
it's
Green
their,
likes his hustle.
That's their entry level line.
Oh,
So it's
that's
low,
why it's
low end.
Low end, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Hey, good good tournament. Oh, that's out wide.
Yeah, that's outside.
Nope, not too wide.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Whew. That's not where he's playing on the other lane on that pattern.
No.
And that ball not supposed to hook.
No.
Huh.
That one did.
That one did. But like any ball will hook on dry boards, I guess.
Yeah, resin grabs friction.
Yeah, that's true. It's not
That's for
plastic
sure.
and rubber.
Oh, good shot.
They just gained another 10 pins.
We got a match.
And then if Ryan
We've
doesn't
got a
double
match.
here. Yeah. Okay, well, see, that's why you bowled 2 games.
That's
20
right.
frames. I'm just going
That
to
was
throw the
pretty
high
good.
hard one
Yep.
and strike and say, all right, enough of that single pin stuff. We do have a match, though.
It is.
So it's 18. They're done. It's about a 15 pin match, something like that. Okay.
Well, the
That would
major
have been devastating with,
Yeah.
with a split.
yeah, major disaster averted, but
Yeah.
could have really used that one to carry.
Strike here. Now we're back up to back to the 30, 40 pins.
Correct.
I want to see if we get this one as wide as the last one. Okay, that could have been.
Yep.
But like John
Yep.
East, we always talk about. Was he trying to be light or trying to be flush? Okay, so he was light.
I think he's trying to be
I
because
think
he's
he's
had
trying to be
a
light.
lot of stuff coming across, and he knows it. You know.
Yeah, I mean he wanted to carry because he knew that wasn't going to be flush.
Yep.
Oh, like you can't hear me. Not like in the park.
Okay, so it's 129. That's 8 pins. 33. That's 25 pins down with 3 frames to go.
Your mind,
I'd like to see it come down to the 10 frame just because we want some adrenaline
Oh.
going down there.
Most of the matches have. I mean, it's been a good day of having some tight
That it
matches.
has.
Yeah.
It's about 12, 13. Oh, went from disaster to almost strike to
Right.
just a 2 pin. I mean, that could have been 210, 2810 just as easy as anything else. Ryan, strike right here, gives himself a chance, gives their team a chance. Oh, that was in just enough.
In enough, right?
Wow. Go back to that 4-9 in that second frame.
Right, right.
It'd be about even right now.
All right, good spare.
Okay, 247 they have. And we just lost our score. I was just trying to figure out what pace they're on.
Yeah,
So if they strike 40, 60, 208,
38.
that's enough. So they're on that pace. They're on that.
everybody that's got it, they're like, whoa, it was not expected.
Okay, so that was
flush.
yeah, that was flush. So I'm not sure what he did in that other one. Harder, skidded more, whatever.
Yep,
It
right.
definitely went down lane further.
Yep.
This is huge, Brandon. That's huge.
That's huge.
And he threw it. The nervous part came in.
I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah. When you see him miss in like that, usually that's
You squeeze.
that's kind of the
We
sign
all-
of it.
well,
Yeah.
Everybody does that. Of
Yep,
course, and
the
he
squeeze
hasn't
and
been
the
here.
pull.
Hasn't been here before.
Yep.
That's it. That's about it right there.
Yep. I'll agree. I think.
So the max going to have 227.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
27, and the other guys, Vermilyea
They're gonna have
Burr
more
have
than-
30. They got 38
33.
potential. So
Yeah. Well, they're going to have all they need is 2-0
yeah.
or 198 is all they need, and they got that. Yep. Doesn't matter what happens now. Oh yeah. What were those last couple pins that fell right there?
Not the lily.
Not the
Not
lily.
the lily.
They're discussing it up there. Even though they know the math, you still have to make sure you. This is all I need. This is all I need.
Right.
Keep it on the lane. They got it. That's a winner right there. So Ryan Burr gets his first ever CBA title.
Yep. And Vermilyea gets his doubles title that he's kind of.
Factoid stuff there, man. Well, I just gonna say I got. Oh, I'm gonna have to say that. I got it. Hey, Ryan. Amanda says it's about time. No, you're Amanda. But Ryan Burr gets in the factoid of the only guy to win his only title being a doubles title.
Just when you write their score down. His ball came out of the gutter on his last shot. So
Hey, funny you said that, Matt. Ryan Burr just says he had to dump you to win a title. Matt McNeil chimes in and says, I wasn't in there. I wasn't there to stop either one of those guys from winning a title. Or something like that, he said. Yeah, it was a very fun stepladder, very fun tournament. A lot of stuff happening, a lot of close matches. It was fun to be part of, Jason.
Yeah, this was one of the better stepladders for sure that we've had in a while.
There was action the whole time.
Yeah. And even the position round coming down the stretch, I mean, there was a lot of back and forth going on through those matches. That's
it
part of the
wasn't
beauty
over early.
Part of the beauty of those two patterns too, you switch sides and it's like the whole thing starts, the whole match takes a whole new look, right away.
Because of the different patterns. Like I said, if they've been the same pattern, then you lined up and you do that. But you had to change balls, change lines. I was very impressed with what Erik did on that right lane in his one shadow ball. He was light, changed balls, moved like 10 boards right, and threw it out, out to 5, 6 board, whatever, and he never missed a pocket.
Yeah. Yep.
That was amazing to me.
Yep.
So very good bowler. We've always known that. We thought he should have won more. He didn't bowl enough to win more tournaments, whatever.
Yeah.
But very talented. Ryan Burr, if he bowled more, he'd be up there.
He'd have more as well. You bet.
He's been bowling more this year.
Yep.
Kids are getting a bit older. He's got more time.
Yep.
Brandon Brown and Ryan Kyllonen, they're very impressed today. They led qualifying or led the number one seed going in the stepladder today. So that was fun. 36 entries. That was down a little bit, but no matter what, we still take the top 12, and you still got a bowl against the top 12 teams that made it.
Yeah.
And there was guys like David Langer, Brady Stearns. They got to go through them.
Yep.
And they did. So very fun tournament.
Very much so.
So Jason, our next one is lacrosse Open, November 18th.
If you guys want some extra bonus on the live stream on our Facebook page, the Lacrosse Open on the 18th, and then we'll follow that up on the 19th with the CBA. That's the second leg of the Locker Guy Bowler of the Decades series. That will be at Concord Lanes.
I got to correct. I said Ryan's kids are getting older. Yeah, they're 6 weeks old.
Yeah.
I was mistaken.
I
For
guess
some reason, I thought they're older.
I guess we won't see him for a while again now.
But
no, it's always good to see him. So that's good.
So, all right. Well, good setup, good time again,
Thanks.
Jason.
You got
good
it, Corey.
tournament you ran here, and
Thank
we'll
you.
see you next month.
You got it. We'll see you.
See you.